Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 26th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out some brushes and a few colors and paint along with us on each show, and I'll show you how to do some fantastic little paintings. And if you've been with us before, let me thank you for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. Tell you what, let's get right to it. Let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done. I've got a standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas today, but you use any size that's convenient for you. And I've covered the entire canvas with just a thin, even coat of the liquid white. Now the liquid white just makes the canvas wet and makes it slick and allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas rather than working ourselves to death on the palette. So let's just take off and do a painting. It's very, very simple, and if you've never painted before, this is one that you can do. Start off with a little tiny 2-inch brush today. And we'll go into a small amount of Prussian blue. Now Prussian blue is a very strong, strong color, so we don't need much. Just pull a little bit out and tap the bristles like so. And that'll assure that we have a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, as I say, the canvas is covered with liquid white, so it's slick and wet. And we can start right up here at the top. And we'll just make little X's, little crisscross strokes, something like that. That simple, that easy. Now it's very easy to go back and make it darker, but it's a son of a gun to take it off. You can, but it's much easier just to start off with a little bit of color, and then you can always add more if you want it. So I suggest you start with just a little bit of the Prussian blue, and then you can add as much as you want later on. We'll add a little more and make it a little darker, just like so. And I'm going to leave some areas that are sort of open. By that I mean they just don't have much color on them. There. Maybe, about like so. If you've painted with us before, you know that this piece of canvas is your world. And in your world, you can do anything that your heart desires. On this piece of canvas, you have absolute and total freedom. So it makes it so fantastic. Maybe I'll have a cloud in this one, so I'm going to leave a spot open right there. And we'll just sort of see what happens. There. And you can make this as dark as you want or as light as you want. It really is up to you. We use no tracings or no patterns here. We just sort of let our mind go and our imagination flow to whatever area you want it to be in. There, a few little spots here and there. Something about like it. I tell you what, if you've painted with me before, you know I'm an absolute nut for water. I love water. So while we got this old brush full of some blue, let's add just a little bit more to the bristles like that. Just same way we loaded it before. And let's go right up in here, and we'll just pull across. Start from the outside and pull inward, like that. This will be still water today, I think. So still water is normally flat. A little bit more color, and then pull from the other side. I'm intentionally leaving a little area open right in here, because if everything works just right, that'll look like a little sheen of light that comes right across there. Makes your painting exciting. Now very gently, we can just go across the entire canvas. Like that. And that takes out the little brush strokes and sort of brings everything together. Okay. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. And in this can here, I have a screen in the bottom of it to scrub the bristles against. That allows the solid materials to settle and keeps the paint thinner relatively clean. And we'll shake it off and just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part of this whole technique. Now, just use the same old brush. I think today, to show you how easy this is, we'll only use, let's just use a 2-inch brush and maybe a knife. That'll be a challenge. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the white paint. Something like so. Just tap the bristles in there. Let's go back up in here. We said we was going to have a big old cloud that lives in our sky. So we just take that and sort of tap it. Just tap. All we're looking for now is just a very basic shape for our little cloud, or big cloud. Let's have a big cloud. There. About like so. And once again, you decide in your world where all the little clouds and things live. It's totally and completely up to you. You can have them anywhere that you want. Maybe, let's go right here. Just drop something in like that. There. Maybe a little more. There. All we're doing is putting in a basic shape at this point. Very basic. Then I'll get to wash the old brush again. I just like to wash the brush because it's a lot of fun. Same way. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. There. And sometimes I'll take the brush and go across a paper towel just to be sure that it's really dry as I can get it. Now very gently, one hair and some air. We just want to fluff this big old group of clouds that we have here. Just fluff them up. There, tease them a little bit, and then very lightly, just caress them. Go gently across them. Something like so. And that easy. We have fantastic clouds in our sky. There. See, nothing to it. You can do this. You absolutely can do this. I get letters every day from people all over the country that have never tried painting before, and they've seen us on TV, and they've tried this, and it works, and they're so excited. And they take the paintings, and they show them to friends, and they show them to their family, and they say, oh, you didn't do that. And some people tell me that they've had family members actually look close and try to find numbers, like they've done a paint by number. Okay, let's take some white. We get to moving along here, a little bit of the Prussian blue. We'll put some black in there. I want to make a gray color, maybe a little bit of alizarin crimson in there. Ooh, I like that. So we have a little crimson, a little bit of Prussian blue, a little black, and a little white. Make sort of a grayish color, but it has a little bit of the crimson in it. I just wiped the old knife on a paper towel. Now then, still using the old 2-inch brush, we're going to just pull it through this color and wiggle it. Just wiggle it. That pulls it to a nice sharp edge. All right, see here, you can see how sharp it is. Very sharp. Maybe in our world back in here, maybe we have some little trees that live far away. Just take the brush, touch, give it a little push. See there? And you decide how many little trees are here. We don't want a lot of detail in this. It's too far away. Too far away. Just want a few little things in here. When you're doing landscapes, things that are far away should not show you a lot of detail. Just like when you're looking at things far away. You don't see every leaf, every stick, every twig. You see indications. You see basic shape, basic color. And that's what we're looking for. Maybe there's a little guy that lives right here in between all these big ones. There, he's a special tree. All right. See there? Something about like that. Whatever. There's another one. And you decide how many trees are in your world. Because each of us will see nature through different eyes, and you should paint what you see. Painting is very individual. That's the reason I don't like to use patterns or drawings on here first, because I think it restricts creativity sometimes. Just do it and enjoy it. Very quickly you learn to compose as you paint, and that really may be the joy of painting. Same old brush, maybe right down in here. We'll begin filling in. Tell you what, let me grab another brush. I have several going here. I want to create a little mist down here. There, see? As you're painting, if you don't have drawings and stuff here, you begin to see things. And this looks like a good place to have a little misty area. So just by tapping the base of it, look at that. Lift upward. That easy. Now then we can come right along in here. Now see, it stands out now because you have that little misty area. You can just put a little thing right in there like that. Wherever. Watch here. One of the greatest things in this technique is reflections. I want to reflect those trees right down into the water. So you just pull it straight down like that. Then go across. And we have instant reflections. That easy. Just like that. There. All right. Take the knife. I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid white and put a little titanium white with it. I want this to be a little bit thinner than just straight titanium. Go cut across, Okay, let's go up in here. Get a little roll of paint. And with a knife, we'll just cut in a little water line. Something that lives right along in here. About like that. See how easy that is? Now, water lines in your painting should be basically straight. You can go anywhere you want to go with them. But because the water's flat, they should be basically straight at all times. Or it just won't look right. It'll look like your water's going to run right out of your painting. And it's bad when you have to tie a bucket on the side of your painting to catch the water. It sort of offends people when they look at your paint. There. All right. Now then, let me wash the old brush again. I really just like to wash these brushes. There. Shake off the excess. And just cover everything in the house. Time to get crazy now. Let's take Prussian blue, midnight black. I'll put crimson in there, some sap green. We'll put some Van Dyke brown. Looking for dark color, and I'm going to mix up a pretty good pile of it. All right. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. Okay. Now then, let's go back to the old 2-inch brush. I'm going to show you how to make some gorgeous trees using a brush this big. It's important to load the brush correctly. Wiggle it. Wiggle it. That pulls the paint down toward the end of the bristles, and then sharpen it, just like you would a fine knife. There you go. Okay, let's go right up here. Now we got to make a big decision in our world. That's a big decision. There's a tree lives right there. Touch the canvas, and then just with the corner of the brush, begin working back and forth. Start from the center, work outward. Center, outward. See there? And these big old trees, a little more painted, they just live right in your brush. You just have to sort of push them out. Just push them out. And down here, we don't really care. I'm going to have several trees, so we're not too interested. We'll separate them with highlights. And maybe in our world, you're right, there's another little tree. And he lives right there. Right there. See? As I say, down in here, it doesn't matter. You can put this on with a paint roller. And we'll start a whole new technique of painting here. Roller painting. All right, just loading the brush again. And let's decide how many trees live in our world. We'll have another one there. Just using the corner of the brush when you first start, and as you work down the tree, you're pushing harder and harder just to bend those bristles down. Something like so. There. Shoot, I gotta have one more little tree out here. Make sure the brush is to a nice chisel edge, very sharp. Maybe this one's got a little bend in him. I like trees that don't just look like future telephone poles. They got character. Some of them, they're like people. Some of them have a few flaws in them. Some of them are a little heavier, some are a little skinnier. Something like so. And some of them maybe have a little tilt in their world, and that's okay. That's okay. There, a little more color. And while we got this on the brush, let's come right into here. And let's put us in the indication of some reflections. It'll be right into that big group of trees. That easy. That easy. And we put a little land in there. See, this is all still just using a 2-inch brush. Just putting the indication here of a little bit of land. We'll come back and highlight all of that. There. Go across. Zoop. That easy. And we have instant reflections. That may be one of the neatest things that happens in this technique. All right, let's take a little white, a little dark sienna, mix them together. Make a nice brown color. Cut off a little roll of paint. It should be right on the edge of the knife. And we can go up in here and let's just put a happy little tree trunk here and there. There, something about like that. Now you can change just a few trees into a lot of trees by putting the indication of tree trunks here and there, because we don't know how many trees are behind that. So that's how you make a few trees into a whole forest. You didn't know you had that kind of power, did you? But you do. You do. On this piece of canvas, you can do anything that your mind can imagine. I like trees. Let's make some more. Shoot, that was fun. Load the brush up the same way. This is your bravery test. Maybe one goes right off the canvas on this side. Still just using the old 2-inch brush. And just working back and forth like that. Whew, boy, that is a big tree. That's all right. It's our world, and if we want a big tree in it, we can have a big tree. We can have anything in here that we want. There. Because you can do anything that you believe you can do. And I know you can do this. I know you can do it. There. Maybe. Yeah, we'll have another one that lives right there. There. And in here, once again, we don't care. We'll separate all that with just highlights. That's working so good, we got to do one more. We'll have one more. I like him. This is a good painting to give you some practice using the old 2-inch brush and for making some fantastic evergreens. And what's fun is to do a demonstration. Show your family or your friends how you can do this. And when you drag out a brush, it looks about like what they painted the barn with last week. They won't believe you can do this. There. All right. Something like that. I tell you what, maybe there's, yep, you're right. It comes right down there. And in here, we'll just fill it up. Just fill it up. Just put some color in. There. Okay. Now then, we'll put a few tree trunks over here on this side, still using that same color, dark sienna, a little white. There. Now this old big boy, it goes right off the canvas. We'll assume he's a big tree, strong tree. Maybe he's the papa tree that lives out here. And here and there you can see a few little things that just live in there. You can take the knife and just scrape in the indication of little limbs that are hanging. And evergreens always have these little limbs that hang off of them. Now then, fun time. I'll use that same old brush. Has that tree color on it. I'm going right into the cad yellow. And once in a while I'll hit a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, just to change the flavor a little bit. Because there was blue and black in that color, instantly we have green. We have a gorgeous green color. Load it back up to a chisel edge once again. Same way. Very sharp. Very sharp. See there? All right. Both sides. Let's go up here. Now then, let's begin deciding which tree's in the foreground, which tree's in the background. Figure it out in your mind and do the tree that's farthest away first. Do him first. There. And then, well, let's see. Maybe this tree. Okay. So you have to make these decisions. There. A little yellow ochre I'm going to add right in there. Just to change the flavor a little. So this tree will have a little different taste to him. There. See there? And as it works down, let it get darker and darker and darker. Because down in the bottom here, there's shadows. Big shadows. And also, trees are normally brighter at the top because you have the newest growth up there. There. If you have trouble making this stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner or a little touch of liquid white even, just to thin the paint. Because one of our golden rules that you need to remember is that a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We start with a paint that's much thicker than normal oil paints. That's very important. It's much, much thicker. It's very firm, very dry. And then by sort of thinning each layer on top of that, we can literally paint layer after layer on top of it. But each layer needs to get a little bit thinner. There. So if you don't start with a thick paint, guess what's going to happen? You're going to become a mud mixer. And if you've painted, sooner or later you're going to mix a little mud. All of us have. So really pay close attention to the consistency of your paint. There. Darker, darker, darker. Down in here. Just let it fade right on into nothing. And this will happen automatically because your brush, as you're going down, is picking up that dark color, and automatically it gets darker. Now, let's load the brush different. This time, I'm going to tap it into the color. I'm going to break it open and tap it into the color, giving a little push. Let's put a little yellow out there so you can see it better. Give a little push. That loads a little bit of paint right on the edge. Let's go up in here. Now maybe we said there was going to be some land here. Look at here. Just touch and follow those angles. Think about the lay of the land, or the way the land flows downward. It's most important. There. And normally, in fact, I can't think of many exceptions, water always sets in a recessed area. So usually there's a reason. Usually the land's coming downward. Pay attention to those angles. Pay you huge dividends. There. Okay? See there? You can just make all these little layers of things like so. That easy. Put some on the other side too. That worked out pretty good. Once again, dip the brush into a little paint thinner or a little liquid white. The liquid white will make your color a little brighter. And sometimes that's very desirable. Okay? Sometimes you don't want to keep it very pure. It's up to you. You make the decision. There we go. It's the hardest thing about painting is making these big decisions that you have to make. Because when you have this much power, you have to use it correctly. There. All right. Well, when I go home, I don't have any control over anything but the garbage. But here, I can do anything. Anything. Can move rivers here. There. But work in layers. See, always start farthest away and work forward, forward, forward. And by tapping, it makes these little grassy areas, and you can make them to where they're soft as velvet. Or you can make them very distinct. It's really up to you. It looks like a nice place just to get a good book and go up there and kick back and talk to the animals. And now, I'm going to pull the brush in a different way. See here? I'm pulling it in one direction. Straight down, pulling it in one direction. And that'll cause it to have a little curve in it. I want to turn the brush so that curves to the top. See it? Let's go up here. Now with that same old brush, I'm going to go right in here, and I'm just going to push in a happy little bush or two. Don't let it slide. Push it. Make your bristles bend a little bit. Look at that. See? Little bitty old tree. It lives right there. Or he can be a pretty good sized tree. Add a little Indian yellow to that, brighten him up. Maybe there's a little friend lives right here. There, see? It's up to you, wherever you want them. I gotta have one on the other side too. That's working so nice I can't quit. Where does he live? Right there, right there. See? Isn't that neat? Do you ever think with just an old 2-inch brush and a big old knife, it almost looks like a putty knife, that you could paint a gorgeous painting like this in a matter of minutes? You can. At first, it may take you a little longer. Don't worry about speed when you first start. Speed will happen automatically. It takes a little time to learn how to load the brushes, but after you've done that, speed will begin coming automatically. See there? We'll put a little bush that lives right down here. There we go. Wherever you want them. You can have them anywhere. Now then, little water line. We'll take that same old color. This is just liquid white. Liquid white. Pull it out flat. We're going to cut across, just like we did in the background. And let's put us a little water line right under here. This little light area sort of separates the two darks. And if you get one that's too bright, all you have to do is just rub it a little bit. See there? Once again, though, you want to keep these lines basically straight. Something like that. There. You can have a little ripple here and there. Like that. Take a clean knife, and we'll just pop in indication. A few little sticks, little twigs that live out here. Wherever you want them. Some on the other side too. Shoot, I think we got a finished painting here. We'll take a little bit of crimson, a little paint thinner. We'll sign that one. But I hope you try this one. This is a very easy little painting to do. And as I say, even if you've never painted, this is one that you can do. Until next time, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today because it's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas, and today I'm using an 18 by 24 inch. You use whatever size is convenient for you. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin, say that again, thin coat of the liquid white. So the canvas is all wet and it's slick and it's ready to go. So I'll tell you what, let's just do a fantastic little painting together. Thought we'd do something today that's just fun. We filmed the show in Muncie, Indiana. So I thought maybe today we'd do a show that has maybe a little farm-like scene in it that I think will be pretty. So let's talk off with old 2-inch brush, a little bit of, let's start with a little Indian yellow. Let's make a very simple little sky that you can do with no problem. Very, very simple. Just a fun little sky, a little Indian yellow. See there? Now that color is continually mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas. All right, without cleaning the brush, I'm just going to go into a little bit of yellow ochre. It's sort of a gold color. We'll go right above that. Just a little, about like that. And then just blend them together. Now then, now I'm going to clean the brush. And we clean our brush with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. We have more fun cleaning the brush. It's just unreal. Let's go right into midnight black. Now I cleaned the brush in between these colors because if you put yellow and black together, as you know, it makes green. But I'm gonna take a little black and just gray the sky on top. And if we're real careful, we can bring it right down into the yellow, right where they join, without ending up with a bright green sky. See, just let them sort of blend together gently, like that. There. That's all there is to it. Now then, we can take that same old brush, and maybe there's a little cloud that lives right there. See, there he is, little stringy cloud. He just sort of hangs out right there. Maybe he's got a little friend right there. Tell you what, maybe there's another one over here. I don't know. This piece of canvas truly is your world, and you have to make these big decisions. Now I'm going to take a clean brush. I change brushes. Clean, dry brush. 3 hairs and some air, and very gently just blend that out. And today, that's about all I'm going to do for a little sky. I want this just to be very, very simple. Just a very simple little sky. There. That way we can spend most of our painting time worrying about other things. Let's use a little 1-inch brush. I'm going to grab with a knife. I want to make some brown. I'll make quite a pile of brown. I'm going to use it throughout the painting. Take alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal parts. Now you can take it to either side. You can take it to the green side or to the reddish side, depending on your mood or the effects you want to create. Doesn't matter, it's up to you. You decide. Today, I'm just going to have it a nice brown. Okay, I'm going to wipe the old knife off here. We just wipe the knife on an old paper towel. We just use a little 1-inch brush and go right into a little of that brown. Just going to use it for a little background color. Maybe I'll put a little black with it, darken it. There. Ooh, that's nice. And maybe back in here, let's just use little X's, and maybe there's going to be some little trees that live far away. So I'm not looking for a lot here except very basic little shapes. See, just sort of scrub them in. We don't care. This is your world, and you can do any old thing here. There, something about like that. Just let it go. I'm going to add a little more black down at the base because I want it to be a little darker. Indicate there's some shadows down there. Gotta have a place down here for all my little animal friends to hide and to relax. There. Okay. Wherever you think they should be. Right. Now today I'm going to get this is a little half-size round brush. It's a small round brush. Put a little bit of the liquid white on it. A little bit of yellow. Be right back. I'm going to get a touch of blue and a little touch of black. Make a nice green here. So we got green, little yellow ochre. Here and there I'm going to probably hit a little Indian yellow, maybe even a little bright red now and then. And red and green make brown, so I use red as a duller. If I want to dull the green, then that's what I use. Let's go up here. Now then, just go in here and just tap in the indication of some beautiful little things that are happening far, far away. See there? And vary the colors a little bit. We don't want a lot of detail. These are supposed to look like little trees that live far away. Add a little bright red to that. Oh, I like that color. Like that. Color makes me excited. It's so beautiful. There. Probably painted 25, 30,000 paintings in my life. And I still get excited when I see this work. So easy and so much fun. And it brings so much happiness to so many people. That truly is the joy of painting. There. Okay, maybe a little bit more of that reddish color. This would be a nice scene to do in autumn colors, where you really get crazy. Used a lot of the reds and the crimsons, and just, Jack Frost, when he starts touching the trees, just makes some of the most gorgeous colors in the world. I lived in Alaska for many, many years, and you never talk about Alaska in the fall, but Alaska has some of the most gorgeous fall colors of any place I've ever been. I really do think God was having a good day when he made Alaska. It's so beautiful. I haven't been there in a couple of years now. About time to go back. There. Say hello to all my friends there. All right. But see now, we got all those little tree things back here, and it's real easy. Take a liner brush, just a very small amount of that little brown color that we used. There. See, just a little bit. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, here and there and here, I'm just going to put the indication of a few little trunks and stems and all those things that live in trees. There, see them? Don't want a lot, just a few. Don't overdo. Okay. All right. Let me just wash the old liner brush. Shoot. Find the brush here, it's not too dirty. We don't care. Go into the brown and the black. A little bit of sap green here and there just to give it a little greenish hue. Okay, let's go up in here. Let's make some big decisions in our world. Maybe there lives some land right here. We're going to do a little scene. I tell you what, I'm going to save this whole side over here and put a big tree. If you've painted with me before, I love these big trees. There. So we'll play with those today a little bit too. It's again the browns and the blacks. I'm just looking for a dark color, so on top of that, then we'll come back and we'll put some nice highlights. Make a little grassy area. This is a good place to practice and just get the feel of the brush. You could put this on with a mop. It doesn't matter. But by doing this, it gives you practice with a brush. So I suggest you take every opportunity to get the feel of the brush. So much of painting is a feel, and it comes with practice. Well, if I don't quit, I'm going to have the whole canvas covered up. But that's okay. That's okay. Look at there, though. By putting all these different layers in here, just by tapping, already you can see distance in the painting. Looks like trees that live way back here somewhere. We don't know where they live. Don't know that we even care. I'm going to dip the brush into the least little touch of the liquid white. We dip it in the liquid white only to thin the paint. Be right back. Get a little green, a little sap green. Oh, that's pretty. Sap green, such a nice color. Okay, tap it and give it a little push. So you can see that little ridge of paint right there. There's one just like that on the end of the bristles, and that's what we're looking for. Let's go up here. Now then, if we're going to have a nice little feel, we just begin coming right in here and think about the lay of the land, or how the land flows. And we can begin putting in all kinds of beautiful little grassy areas. Just go all through all your different yellows and your greens. It's up to you. Up to you. I'm just going to sort of dance it back and forth between all the different yellows. Sometime a little, oh, look at there. We hit a little bright red. Nice little tree. Nice little grassy area. That's not a tree. Could be. Give it a little fertilizer, love it, water it regular. Might be a tree there. Tell you what. We're going to have a little scene. Maybe we want to have a little, I'm just going to scrape out a basic shape here. I'm going to have a little barn back here. It's just a nice place to have a little barn. Scrape out a basic shape with a knife, just so you have an idea where you're going. But more important, it removes that loose excess paint. I'll go right into that brown color I made from the, brown was made from sap green and alizarin crimson. See, think about the basic shape of your old barn. Got to have a place for the cow to go at night. He may get scared out here. Might be an old hoot owl out here that makes noises and scared. Shoot, when I was a kid, I used to camp out late at night, and the old owl would make a big old noise. I was ready to call my mother and go home. But as I got older, I had the opportunity to learn what those creatures were and why those noises were made. I tell you what, before the series is over, I'm going to show you a big old owl. I like owls. I'm going to show you a great horned owl that I had the pleasure of meeting. I think we have some video with him on there. I'm just going to get him up here for you. Take a little bright red, a little of that brown we made, a little bit of white into it. Don't overmix it. See that color? It's not overmixed. Now when we cut our little roll of paint off, all those little designs are still in the paint. Now we can go up here, doop, doop, and just begin putting some color in. I'm going to make that a little bit brighter, a little more white into it so it shows up for you. That's better. Now I'm just going to let the knife sort of bounce. I don't want this just to be solid. I like old buildings in my paintings, but it's up to you. If you want them to look newer, be a little more careful with them. I like it to look like about half of it's blowed away and it's about to fall down. The old farmer that lived out here, he didn't take too good a care of it. He had some bad days. There. See there? Now over here, almost nothing. Almost nothing. Tell you what, we get a little more of that brown. This farmer's like me, he needs more room. Let's give him a shed out here. There. Give him a little shed. Put some sides on it. Back to our little roof color. See how easy it is? Wished it was that easy to actually build a shed. I used to be a carpenter years ago. My father was a carpenter, and he taught me that trade. And I tell you what, it isn't that easy to make a shed on a barn. Now then, we can come right in here and just do a barnectomy. Sort of figure out where we think everything should live. Work on our perspective. See there? Now we need a door. We're going to have old cow living in there. We need a door. There it is. Now Bossy can get in and go out. We can take and make just the indication of a few old boards that live right along here. There, just by touching, come across a little bit of light color on the knife. We'll sort of outline that door a little bit so it stands out. You can see it better. But that's a pretty good looking old raggedy barn out there. Now, we're not too worried about the bottom because we'll come back with our old 2-inch brush that we made the grassy areas with and just sort of fill them in. There. Like that. And when you're painting, make up little stories. Think about the old cow that lives in here or the chickens or the pig or whatever lives in this old barn. I stay in so much trouble at home, I probably have to live in there. There. Now then, tell you what, we need a little path. We'll take a little of that brown and white. Let's just put a little path in here. There. Little path so there's a way to get in and out. Just a little path. Comes right out. Little highlight on it. Not much. I'm going to keep it pretty dark. And maybe in our world, shoot, if we got a cow here, we need the container somehow. There. We'll put a little fence right up here. Maybe the fence goes right about there. Maybe it comes right up here. I don't know. Okay. If our light's coming from this direction and the old barn indicates it is, we'll highlight a little bit on that side of the fence. See there? Just a little highlight. Now you can take just the heel or the back of the knife and just cut right through there, either direction, and make the indication of some wire on there. It'll scratch through and just let a little canvas show. We'll put 3 strands of wire on our fence. We got a big cow in here. We don't want her getting out. Sometimes it's neat to take a little bit of, I use a little bright red, put just a little top on those little devils. Because normally when you cut fence post, when you cut the tree down to make a fence post, you paint the ends of it to keep it from deteriorating. There, so we did that. Let's just keep going here. We'll put some more of that brown and black color underneath here. As I say, so if you're in a big hurry, you can just paint it on. It doesn't make any difference. I usually like to tap it on though, because it, once again, gives you a lot of practice using the brush. But however, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There. A little more black, a little more brown. Okay. We said we were going to have a big tree over here, and we left a big hole. So we'll have a big tree. We'll take the old 2-inch brush. There it is. Just use the corner of the brush and tap in some basic shapes. This old tree, maybe there's a group of trees. Let's have a group. Whole big family of trees live back here. Add a little bit of bright red to that color. Yeah, I like it. And here and there, leave a couple of holes in your tree so some sky can show through. Let a little light get through. The bird's got to have a way to fly through there. There. Wherever. And down toward the base, I'm going more into the black. I want to get darker. Darker down here. Indicate shadows. A lot of shadows. There. Something about like that. Okay. Let's have a few little old tree trunks in there. Let me find a little fan brush here. I'm going to dip the fan brush into a little bit of paint thinner just to wet it up a little. And I'm going to load it full of this brown, little black on it. Then I'm going to come right over here and pull one side through a little bit of that lighter color. So there is a little difference in the color. One side's a little lighter than the other. I know it's hard to see, but it is a little lighter. We said our light was coming from the left, so we want that lighter side on the left. And there's not a whole big difference in there, but a little. And I just want to put the indication of some little things that live way back in there. We're not too worried about them at this point. Take our liner brush, a little paint thinner, a little of that brown color, and here and there, I'm just going to put the indication of a few little arms that are on some of these little trees back in here. There, see? We're not looking for a lot of detail. These are too far back. Maybe if we have time here, we'll just put a big old tree in here. I like big old trees. Yeah, we can just use a nice old 2-inch brush here. Grab a little sap green. There. Ooh, that's nice. Don't want a lot of color. Just a little red too on a dullet. There, good. Up in here, just use the corner of the brush. Put the indication here and there and here of some leaves that live out here. Think about patterns and shapes though. Don't just throw them in at random. I know it gets to be fun and it's just tempting just to drop them everywhere. Retain a lot of your dark areas though. It makes them look deeper. There we go. Isn't that a neat way though to make a big old pile of trees? So easy. So easy. There. Put a little one right there. Something like that. All right. This truly is it's a lazy man's way of painting. That's why I like it. I always look for ways to make painting easier, but yet effective. There, because if you have some success with this, then you really like it, and you go and you paint everything. And maybe a lot of people that I talk to, they've had success with this, and they end up in college or something, really studying some fine traditional art because this worked for them. So that's what's so nice. Back to my brush here that we were using to make some little grassy areas. We'll put in maybe there's a little hill right there. Yeah, there is. See? Any old place you want him. Right along here. All right. I really like that. I'm going to add at least a little touch of paint thinner to my brush. Because a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So that'll make it come off the brush easier. Because the paint that I have up here, very thick, very strong, very dry. It's not like traditional paints. There, just vary the colors a little bit and just work in layers. Let all these little things happen wherever you want them. Maybe a little bit right there. I like that. Just to push that path a little further down in there. Okay. Over in here, there's maybe a little bit wherever. A little bit more. There. All right. We said we'll get crazy here. Let's load a fan brush full of black and that brown that we made from crimson and sap green. Are you ready? This is your bravery test right now. Fan brush is full of color. Big decision. Maybe it starts right here. Maybe this old tree had some rough days and he's got some crooks and some... Oh yeah. I like trees. Trees are a lot of fun. Gorgeous. A lot of fun. Put him a big old foots out here so he has something to stand on. We want him to be strong. Maybe we'll give him a big arm here. Like that. Got to make those little noises, or it just doesn't work right. Now then, let's see. We had a little bit of brown and white mixed up here already. Just touch it and sort of let the knife just bounce. Barely touch it. Barely. Let's just sort of touch. See? A little bit up in here. Barely touch. There, something about like that. That's all that we're looking for. Darker, darker, darker. On the other side, we can take a little bit of the Prussian blue, a little bit of white. I want to make a dark blue. I want to make the indication of a little reflected light right there. See, because I think these trees here would stop the light, so we're going to get a little light through there. So I've highlighted this one intentionally on the other side, because I think those trees would stop the light. There. There. A little bit of a lighter color just to make that edge stand out. There. You know, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get your artist license issued to you. And the artist license says on this piece of canvas, you can create any and every illusion that you want. That's what we do. I'm going to take a little paint thinner and go up in here and make the indication of some limbs and sticks and stuff that live right out in here. There, wherever you want them. There. And if you have trouble making this paint flow, just add more paint thinner to it. Maybe a lot of these old limbs maybe they've just pooped out. They're old and tired. Maybe this old tree died. That happens sometime. That happens. There we go. Don't make all the limbs just come out the side. Have some come across. All right, now then, let's take our fan brush, put some brown on it, and let's just make our path come right on out. Right on out. Here it comes, here it comes. Right on out through the painting. So we have a way to get to that old barn. And you could take and just fill in a few little grassy areas to bring it all together. Put your stick and a twig here and there with a knife. Shoot, we got a finished painting. There. Hope you try this one, because I think you'll enjoy it and you'll find it to be a lot of fun. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a painting. It's a lot of fun. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across right there. And while they're doing that, come on up here, let me show you what I've got done. I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, or you use whatever size you'd like. And I've covered the entire canvas with just a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. The liquid white, as you know, makes the canvas wet and slick, and it allows us to actually blend color right here, rather than working ourselves to death on the palette. So let's start today with our little tiny 2-inch brush, and we'll go into, let's use a beautiful color today. Let's use a little bit of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. That's a gorgeous color. Just a little bit on the brush like so. And let's go up in here and start right at the top. And we'll just make some little crisscross strokes, little X's, just like so. Very gentle. There. And you can make this as dark as you want it, or as light. It's up to you. There. And just sort of dance it around it. I'm going to leave some little holes open here and there and there and here. All right, maybe we'll have a little water in this one too. Shoot, while I got that old blue going here. Let's just come right across here, put the indication of a little bit of water down in here. Because anything that we don't want to be water, we'll just paint right over it. We don't care. As you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. So we learn very quickly to live and to enjoy anything that happens here. There. Okay, now then, I'm going to grab another brush. I have several of them going. And with that one, I'm going into a little bit of alizarin crimson. Just a very small amount. Don't need a lot. Just a little. Okay, let's go back up here. And in this area, I'm just going to take a little crimson and blend it, like so. Now when you're putting this crimson on, use a very little color. It's very easy to go back and add a little more. But we don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is just put a little pinkish glow in here. Something about like that. Just want it to blend right up into the blue and just disappear. Thought maybe today we'd just do something that's a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. All right. Okay, now we get to wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the most fun part of the whole procedure. Just shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. That is a lot of fun. Now then, we'll just take that same old brush, go right into a little bit of the titanium white, just tap it. Very simple little way of making some little clouds here. We'll go right up here, and we'll just tap in some very basic little shapes. I'm not looking for a lot of real distinct clouds. I just want little floaters that live up here in the sky and just have a good time. There, something about like that. Maybe up in here. Just going to dance in a little of the white because I don't want these to be very distinct. These are quiet little clouds today. Sometimes we do clouds that really stand out, but today, just some little floaters. There, now very gently, one hair and some air. Just graze the canvas just enough to blend that together a little bit. And that'll give us an indication, some little clouds that just float around up here in the sky and have a good time. Tell you what, the other day I visited a very good friend who was in the hospital, and he told me he liked mountains. I promised him I'd do a mountain for him. So, Frank, this one's for you. All right, let's take some Prussian blue, some black, some alizarin crimson. I'm gonna put more crimson in there, so it goes sort of to the lavender side. We'll cut off a little roll of paint. It should live right on the edge of the knife there. Let's go up in here. All right, maybe back in here in our world, we'll just put in a very basic little shape. There, we'll have a little ridge of mountains, something like so. There, and I don't want to have a lot of big sharp peaks in this, just a little ridge. There. I spent a little time up in British Columbia a while back, and they have some of the most gorgeous mountains like this. I just absolutely adore them. They're so big, just huge mountains. Okay, now the only thing we're worried about is this nice edge up here on top. The rest of it, we don't even care at this point. Later on we will. But right now, we really don't care. This brush has got a little paint on it, but it's all right, because I'm just going to grab it and pull it down. There, you don't have to clean the brush to do this, because all we're doing is removing excess paint and blending it downward. Something about like so. See how that paint moves? Now, if the canvas was dry, we'd be in Agony City right about now. That paint just slides right on the liquid white, though. Makes it work so easy. Allow the canvas to work. Shoot. I'm lazy. I look for easy ways to do things. All right, pull the paint out as flat as we can get it. I'm going to reach up here and get a little touch of black. I want to gray it. Be right back. Get a little more. There. A little bit of black. Just mix it, but I'm not over mixing it. Maybe I'll even put a little touch of bright red in there. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. Flat as you can get it. Then cut across and get a little roll of paint. Once again, see, pull it out flat. Just a small roll of paint lives right on the edge of your knife. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, we're going to check out and see how delicate you are. No pressure. Just touch it and allow it to glide right down the canvas. No pressure. No pressure. See there? Very gentle. Very, very gentle. Easy. It doesn't take a lot of paint. But it does take a very delicate little touch. There, just gently, gently caress the canvas. There we are. See there? Okay, maybe even over in here, light will strike right in there. You have to decide where you think light would strike on your mountain. Let's take use a little Prussian blue. It's darker than the phthalo blue. Maybe you can put a little black in it. A little black, even touch a little Van Dyke brown in there. Oh, that's good. That's a good color. And that will be our shadow color. Once again, leave it sort of marbled. Cut off that little roll of paint, just like we did before. And then we can go back in here and begin picking out little areas that we think are in shadow. And just touch it. Give it a little pull. Very gentle. Very, very gentle. See? No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just begin adding in all those little shadow areas. Here's one. Just wherever you think they should be. And we're just going to place shadows and highlights back and forth here. Back and forth and back. There. Something about like so. Alright, see, we'll touch a little highlight color. And that easy. You can make all kinds of little things happen. And maybe down in here, yep. Look at there. Maybe it gets a little bigger down here. We don't know. In your world, you create any illusion that you want. Any illusion that you want. Because you can do that here. There we are. Painting is nothing but games of illusion. All right. There comes one. You knew it was there, didn't you? All right. Okay. Now see that little bit of pink here is it's going to show through when we're done. And it'll look like a little bit of pink-like mist that's sort of floating around the base of this old mountain. Maybe I'll have a big tree over here, so I won't worry too much about that. You know me. I like them old big trees. And chances are for this is over. We'll do one. There we go. This is an excellent way to practice using the knife. Make mountains. When I was learning to paint with an old knife, I used to take a big old canvas, like 30 by 40 inches. And I'd start at the top of it and start painting mountains. And I'd paint from top to bottom. Nothing but mountains. When I got finished, I'd stand back and look at it and decide what was good and what was bad. Then I'd take a big putty knife, scrape it off, and go right back and do it again. Because practice, that's what makes perfect. You know the old saying, practice makes perfect. There we are. So I want that to just disappear right down here into the bottom. Just gently float away. Now then, we got that old brush, it's dirty. We'll take a little of that color we was using for shadow color. What the heck, we don't care. It's mostly blue and white. A little black in it. Tap. Maybe back here in our world there's a little foothill that lives way back up here against the mountain. There he comes. Drops down maybe like that. It doesn't matter. But all you're doing is gently tapping. Gently tapping. Now, take and little tiny strokes, tiny little 1/4-inch high strokes, lift upward. And it'll make it look like little trees that live 1,000,000 miles away. Way back against the base of that old mountain. Let's have another layer. Shoot, that was fun. Take the same colors, only I'm going to make it a touch darker. As things get closer to you in the landscape, as you know, things get darker and darker. That's what helps create the illusion of distance and depth in your painting. Maybe this one comes right out like that. Climbs right up beside the mountain. Little trees that live right up in there. There they go. See them? Isn't that fantastic? There. Now, once again, very gently, little short strokes, lift up. Even though this goes up the hill, still lift straight up. Or your trees will look like there's a wind going through there at about 180 miles an hour. Look like a hurricane hit. There, and we don't want that. We want the trees to stand up straight. There we are. Now, same color. Get a little more paint on the brush. While we have that going, let's have us just a happy little reflection. And it lives right down below that, like it. Pull straight down. It's important you pull straight down. Maybe back here is another one. Get a little more color on the brush. There, see? Then go gently across. Barely touch it. Barely touch it. And that easy. That easy. We have instant reflections. A little bit of the liquid white on the knife. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. I'm going to add at least a little touch of bright red to it. Just enough to warm it a little. Go across. Get our little edge of paint right out there in the end. And let's put a little water line. Maybe there's one right there. Like so. There's one. If it's too distinct, too bright, just wipe your knife off. Go back over it. The more you rub it, the more it'll go away. Till it just disappears. See there? Now we got a little water line that lives right there at the base of all this. But make these lines basically straight. If they're not straight, it'll look like your water's going to run out of your painting. And that'll bother you. I know sometimes you've looked at paintings and you'd look at the painting and you'd say, something's wrong with that painting, but I don't know what it is. Your logical mind tells you what's wrong with it, even if you don't see it. And sometimes it can be as simple as a water line going up or downhill, and it'll bother you. Okay, let's go back into what do we got going here. Let's take some Van Dyke brown. I'll just use that mountain color. That was some Prussian blue and black. All those good colors. I want a dark color, but I put some brown in it. Okay, maybe in our world, we've got a nice mountain here. Maybe right there. You be the judge. You put it where you want it. Maybe there's a little bump that lives right there. There he is. We just drop him in. Shoot, I tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe it comes up like this, goes over, goes up. Just let your imagination go. You know, that's one thing that's so fantastic about painting landscapes. There's so many possibilities. If you paint a portrait and you put somebody's eye in the wrong place, chances are they're going to notice it. But if you put a tree in the wrong place or he's got a crook in him, somebody will come along and say, I know that tree. Him and I went to different schools together. Because in nature, everything is just fantastic. And there's trees that are dead and alive and bent and crooked. There. I tell you what, let's just fill that all in while I got it going here. A little more color on the brush. We'll just paint it in. It doesn't matter. Just any old way, any old way. There. Take that same old brush. I'm going to go into a little bit of caddy yellow. Look at a little touch of blue in there and some sap green. Oh, that's nice. I want more yellow ochre though. Maybe we'll go more into fall colors on this one. Yellow ochre, a little sap green. Let's go right up in here. And back here, far away, we'll put a little grassy area right out here on the hill. Put a little bright red with that too. If we're going to have a little fall color, we want it to shine. Yeah, that's better. That's better. We need a tree. We need some trees. I like to paint big old evergreens. Let's see, Prussian blue, black, some brown, a bunch of crimson, and some sap green. That sounds good. As long as it's dark, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. Let's grab a fan brush. Okay, we'll load it full of that dark color. A lot of color in the bristles, both sides. Just fill it up. All right, let's go. Here's your bravery test right across that mountain. Right there. And sometimes we make evergreens that we push down, and sometimes we push up. Today, let's push up. Makes those ones that have limbs that lift upward into the sky, and they watch all the birds. And here, you could watch that gorgeous mountain in the background. There, I'd like to live right here and be able to see that out my window every day. There we go. Maybe here there's a few little indications of some more little trees that live back in here. And I'm just tapping downward there. Right here. There, push up right there. And we'll make maybe there's a little bigger one here. Once again, just sort of let your imagination go. You put them where you want them. Wherever you want them. Give them a little friend. I think everybody should have a friend. Even a tree. A few more little bushy things, something like that. All right. I'm going to grab another fan brush. I have several of them going. A little bit of the yellows, grab a little sap green. But mostly into the yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and grab a little of that red. But mix color on the brush. There's a lot of things happening on that brush. And a nice way to make some little grassy areas, just take the fan brush, give it a little upward push. Use the corner, or you'll get smiley faces, or smiley frowns. I guess a smiley frown is a smiley face upside down, huh? I don't know. But you know what I mean. There. See, just begin putting in some nice little areas here. Something about like that. There. All right. Now then, shoot, tell you what, I want to go back to making trees. I like to make those trees. They're a lot of fun. Go back into our dark color. This is your bravery test. Right there. Big tree. Big tree. There. Here he comes. They live right here in those brushes. All you got to do is just sort of scare them out. Sometimes I like to let a little bit of the stalk show, a little bit of the trunk. There. He's got a little bald spot right there, and I can relate to that. There we go. I'm getting one of those myself. There he comes. Big old tree. There. And we'll separate all these limbs with highlights in a minute. Right now, we're just putting on the base color, or we're painting the back of the tree. We'll come along and paint the front of the tree here in just a second. Okay, a little bit more color. Okay, he needs a friend too, I guess. So we'll give him one. There. See how that'll just help push that mountain way back into the distance. All right. Isn't that fantastic? So there we are. And there's another big old tree. And maybe, you know, when I lived in Alaska, you'd see times when there was a little bit of snow still showing. And snow, it began to snow maybe, and the grass was still there, and little patches of snow. So we'll take that same mountain color. Or maybe in your world you want this just to be little pieces of land that are showing. It's up to you. You decide. But just like you put the highlights on the mountain barely touch the canvas and let the paint break. And by break, I mean all these little holes that it has in it. There we are. See all them little holes? And we'll come back and we'll put some grass all the way around those. And let's see, a little bit of the liquid white. We'll take a little yellow ochre, a little touch of that bright red. Ooh, that's a nice color. Be right back. Grab a little crimson and put in there too. All the yellows, crimson, little red. Let's go back. Now that we can come back in here. Boy, that's pretty. That is a pretty color. That's what happens when you mix color on the brush rather than trying to mix little piles of color. You have happy accidents. And those happy accidents turn out to be some of the most fantastic things that can happen. There, just pushing upward. But sort of work in layers. Don't just hit it random. Sort of look at it and decide where all these little rascals live. There, you can use one side of the fan brush to use up all the color, then turn it over, use the other side. There we are. See? Just sort of slip them in between these little areas. There we are. All right. Fantastic. There. Every once in a while, if you want to make it go on a little bit easier, add at least a little touch of paint thinner or liquid white. The liquid white will change your color a little bit. It makes it a little lighter. The paint thinner will keep the color pure. But don't put too much. It takes very, very little of it. Very little. Get a little dark cyan on my brush. I want to get into a little bit of the browns up here. There. A little bit more. Ooh, I like that. Like that. That's good. Good colors. That reminds me of, as I say, when I used to live in Alaska, there was some of the most gorgeous scenery there. There we are. Okay. Tell you what, let me wipe off the old brush here. And let's come back and, well, guess we need to put a stalk in there, or a little tree trunk. We'll take a little bit of the white, a little dark sienna, maybe even a little Van Dyke in there with it. Ooh, that's nice. There, leave it marble, cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here, put us in a little tree trunk. We don't want that little tree to fall over because it don't have no bones in it. There. It's got to have a little skeleton. There we go. Now our big tree. Oh, big tree. This is Papa Tree here. There. Looks like Mama and Papa Tree and all of her children. Could be. Who knows? Who knows? Put a little bit of the liquid white. Oh, get some sap green. Maybe I'll get a little black too. That'll darken it. A little bit more. I like it. I want a dark green color here though. There. Load the brush full of color. Let's go right up in here. Now let's come right in here. And let's just put the indication of some leaves, some highlights on these little rascals. There we are. A few right in here. There they come. Now, our old big trees. Which one's in the front, which one's in the back? Big decision you got to make. I think this one's behind, so we'll do it first. But in your world, maybe you want this one to be the tree in the foreground. It's up to you. Okay, a little paint thinner. I'll add a little yellow ochre to that too, just to change the flavor. There we go. Something about like that. And figure out where all the little limbs are in here and there. Shoot. But isn't that a nice way to make some big old trees? There we go. Scratch in a few sticks and twigs. And we're to the point of having a finished painting. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. I'd love to see a photo if you do it, so send me one. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, because I thought today maybe we'd just do just a little fantasy painting, one that's very nice, very simple, and I think you'll enjoy it. We're going to use a lot of pretty colors, and we just do something that makes you happy. So let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. Now, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. I took my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've taken black gesso on a natural sponge and just sort of did this all over with the black gesso. Then I've allowed the black gesso to dry completely. And on top of that, we've covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin coat of the liquid clear. And the clear just makes it wet. That's the only reason it's there. It allows us to actually blend the color right here on the canvas. So let's start out today with, we'll use a little 2-inch brush and just have some fun. Maybe we'll start with just a touch of the Indian yellow. We'll go right up in here. It doesn't take much, just a little. We'll just put in a little touch of color right along there. Something about like that. Very, very little. All right, just a nice warm color. Without cleaning the brush, I'm going to add a little bit of the yellow ochre and go right above it, just to give it a little golden color. There, about like that. Okay, maybe, tell you what, without cleaning the brush, let's just use a little bit of alizarin crimson. Not much, doesn't take much. And since we're doing a painting that has a lot of beautiful colors in it, we'll just use these gorgeous, gorgeous colors. When you do this, maybe you want to try it in some other colors or some other flavors. It's up to you. I just want to show you one way of making a very, very pretty little painting. There we are. Now then, just blend that together a little bit and we're in business. And that's really about all I'm going to do for this little sky. Okay, I've got several of these little 2-inch brushes. Let me grab another one. Now down here on the bottom, I'm going to take a little bit of phthalo blue and phthalo green, just mixed together. A little green, little blue, both in the phthalo colors. As I say, I want to play with color today. Just do something that makes you feel good. We'll go up in here, and maybe down in here, we'll just go across and put some of this gorgeous color in there. Isn't that just a delightful color? It's pretty, makes you happy. There. And all these colors that we've used are fairly transparent. Some of them are very transparent. But all of them are transparent enough that you can see this black design that we put on here right through them. We just covered that all up. We'll make big decisions later on what goes where, and anything we don't want, we just cover it up. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. we just have happy accidents. Time to wash your brush. That's my favorite thing. Wash it off with odorless paint thinner, shake it, and just beat the devil out of it. You can change the decor of a room very quickly if you're not careful doing that. I suggest if you're going to do this at home, maybe get a little brush beater rack and put it in the bottom of a waste paper can, and then you can shake the brush off in the can and then beat the rack. It's all contained. It'll save you a happy home and your marriage. Let's take some Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, and some black. Pretty heavy on the crimson though. I'm sort of looking for lavender, sorta. Okay, pull it out very flat, like so. Cut across, get a little roll of paint right on the edge of your knife. There. I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to take a little bit of that and put some white with it. Maybe we'll make a little mountain that's far away, and then we'll make one that's closer. Show you how to do that with the same color. Put white in a little bit of it and get a little roll of paint. There we are. Now maybe if we want to make a distant mountain, just take the knife and put in a very basic little shape. And the farther away you want it to look, the more white you add to it. Because when it's far away, it'll be very light in value. Scrape off all the excess paint. Just really get in there and scrape it. With a clean, dry brush, then you want to grab that and pull it. Once again, because we have the clear on there, you can move this color. You can literally pull it all over the canvas. There, and very gently here, we'll just blend it all together. so it's very soft and very far away. Just a happy little mountain that lives way back in the distance somewhere. There we are. All right. And that's all I'm going to do, because I don't want a lot of detail in that mountain that's far away. Now we'll go to the solid dark color. It's the same color without white in it. Cut off our little roll of paint again. And maybe right here, there's a mountain that lives closer to us. So we'll just drop him in. Just a very simple little mountain. Nothing real complicated. At this point, all you're looking for is a nice outside edge here. We could care less what's going on in here. We're just looking for that little outside edge. Maybe something about like that. Once again, scrape off that excess paint. And we'll grab the old 2-inch brush, give it a little pull, and I want this to blend out till it literally just blends into nothing. Just knock off that excess paint. I'm trying to remove all the excess paint here that I can, because I want the bottom of this mountain to be lighter than the top. Very soft on the bottom, very misty, quiet little devil. Lives way back here. There. See there, that gives us a basic shape, and already you can see 2 ranges of mountains. Now the reason this one looks closer is because it's darker. That's the only reason. Because, as you know, it's the same color. We just added a little white to the back one. Now then, let's take some titanium white, and we'll put a little black in it. A little bit of black in it. And maybe a little bit of the bright red. That's pretty. Make it look like that. But I want it to remain marbled. I don't want to overmix this color. All those beautiful patterns in here, when you get that little roll of paint, they're right there. Now let's go up in here. Got to make some big decisions in our world. Maybe his little highlight lives right up in there like that. We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we even care. Shoot. Maybe there's a little ridge that comes right. Like that. Like that. Maybe one in here. Isn't that a fantastic way, though, to make a little distant mountain? Works easy. You can do this. The biggest thing to remember is apply absolutely no pressure. No pressure. In other series I've mentioned when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I told him just to pretend that he was a whisper that just floated right across the mountain. And that was the way I made him understand what a delicate touch. And today, Steve probably paints the best mountains in the country in this technique. That's his specialty. All right, let's take a little white, a little bit of the Prussian blue. Just want to make a blue and white color, about like that. And we'll go up in here and very gently, zoom. See there? We're just putting the indication of some little shadows that live back here in our mountain. Just a few. There. Wherever you think they should live. Okay, maybe in our world there's some little things right in here. Ooh, there's a nice one lives right there. Now then we can come back with our highlight color. We can work on shape and form. You can change your mind. You can move mountains here. On this piece of canvas, you can literally do anything. There we go. A little more of the shadow color. Reach right up under there, grab that, and put a little shadow under that peak. Each little peak, though, needs its own shadow, or it won't play with you. It'll just sort of go in and leave you. There. About like that. Maybe right up in here. Little touch. Dink. Right there. All right. Good, clean, dry brush. And I want to create the illusion of mist down at the base of this whole mountain. So all we're doing here is just tapping. Follow the angles in your mountain and tap. Gently, gently, gently. Gently. We don't want to destroy. We want to diffuse. Over here, we'll go in this direction. Just like so. Still tapping, following those angles. And then very lightly, just lift upward. Here, lift in that direction. Always following the angles that you've painted in your mountain. There. Isn't that a neat, nice, simple little way to make a gorgeous mountain? And it works. It works. You can do this. Tell you what, we'll just use that same old color. We'll take a little touch. Let me clean off my palette here a little bit. Getting too much stuff going. There. Got to get some room to work. Even with a palette this big, sometimes I run out of room. When you're using large brushes, you need a big palette. Okay. Now then. Now we got some room to work. We'll take a little bit. Looks like some blue and white, a little alizarin crimson. There we are. Basically the mountain colors. I've added a little touch more blue to it. All right, maybe back here in our world, maybe, yep. Some little footy hills live way back in here and go right on out, maybe right there, right there. See, right on out to nothing. Want them to get smaller down here. That way it'll look like it's going away from you. There. And we'll just sort of fill that in a little bit. Now then, very gently, short little tiny strokes, maybe 1/4 of an inch high. Grab it and lift up. Makes it look like little trees that live back there right at the base of that gorgeous mountain. And work in layers. Keep working down, 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 down until you have them all in. If you want to separate it a little bit, take a little darker color. You can come right back in there. It's the same color, only a little darker. And lift that up. See, and it'll make it look like a whole nother layer. That easy. Isn't that sneaky? All right, well, we got that color on the brush. Let's take a little bit of it, pull it down, like that. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work right. But just pull it down, and then go lightly across. Now, sometimes you can touch the brush into the least little touch of white, and come back and see how it'll make that water shimmer. But don't overdo this effect. It's so nice, sometimes you want to overdo it. And if you overdo it, then it loses its effectiveness. See there? Then just come back, give it a little wiggle. All right. Now a little touch of the liquid white. We'll just put a little bit out here on the old palette. I'm going to put the tiniest little amount of the bright red into it. Just enough to warm it a little. Cut across, get a little bit right on the edge of the knife. We can go up in here and just begin putting in a waterline. There. Isn't that nice? A little bit of pink in there, it just sets it off. Just sets it off. But you don't want to overdo it. It's easy to overdo. There. Just something about like that. All right. I like these kind of little paintings with the black gesso. I think the black gesso and all the colored gessos that we've introduced is one of the neatest things in painting. I don't know why somebody hadn't done that a long time ago. It's now, colored gessos are just about a standard in the art world now. There we go. But you can make all kind of effects. All right. Shoot. We can come on down here and start having some real fun. Now let me find a brush. Okay. We'll just use that same old mountain color. It doesn't matter. Use some Prussian blue in there and some alizarin crimson. I'm going to reach up here and grab a little sap green. Just add right to it. Just a little sap green. Just load the brush full. We have to start making some big decisions here on what lives in our world. And I put all this here because in my mind, I see a great big old tree that lives here and just sort of comes around this whole composition. So let's do that. Now when you do your painting, you may see something totally and completely different in it. And if you do, change it. Don't just try to do what we're doing here. Look at your painting. Every painting in the world is going to be different. That's what makes it so fantastic. Look at your painting. Evaluate it. Decide what you want, what you don't want. You can cover up things you don't want in it. You can emphasize things that you like. If you get something good in your painting, don't ruin it. See, that black gesso makes this very easy to do. You just have to put a little bit of color here. And some of these things will show through, and it looks like thousands of little tree leaves and stuff that live back in there. And you did hardly nothing. Hardly nothing. There we are. Just let it come right over that old distant mountain back here. Okay, good. And down in here, we'll just put in some color to darken it up a little bit. Doesn't much matter. Once again, the gesso is working for us. Over on this side, maybe, yep. Maybe there's a little bush lives right there. Hope you can see that. All it looks like right now is big dark masses. But you need dark in order to show light. You need that dark. Without that dark color, the light wouldn't show up. We depend on it. Just like in life. Sometimes you have to have a little sorrow in your life. And then you know when the good times come. But if everything was good all the time, chances are you just get used to it and accept it as normal. Sometimes I think that's why God put some dark times in our lives, so we'd really appreciate these good ones. There. All right. Just use the old 2-inch brush here and just throw these things in. Once again up here, I'm not putting much color. I want that black gesso to work for us. There. About like that. Just sort of go all the way around that mountain so it just looks like it's sitting right in the middle of all this. Now, I just use that same old brush. It's working pretty good. Going to some sap green, cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Before it's over with, I'm going to be hitting on the bright red. Now, push the brush. Create that little ridge of paint. You can see it right along in there. There, see it? It's important how you load it. Let's go back up here. Now, we have to figure out what's in the background. We want to do that first, and then we'll come forward. So let's decide. Maybe, yep. This big old tree here lives in the background. So begin thinking about how his little arms would hang out there. We want shape and form. That's important. That's important. There. Quieter down toward the base, or darker. Want the shadows to stay down at the base. If you have any trouble at all getting your paint to stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner to it. Just the least little touch of paint thinner. It'll thin the paint. And as you know, our golden rule is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. There's another happy little bush, and he lives right there. Wouldn't this be a gorgeous place to live? Whew. Build me a little cabin right here and spend eternity just looking out across that gorgeous lake and the old mountain back there. There we are. Maybe there's a happy little bush over here too. Anywhere you have these little dark areas, you can just drop them in. There. And up in here, there's one. That's all there is to it. I'm just using the corner of this old 2-inch brush. You could do this with a 1-inch brush. Oval brush works very good. It's a little bit slower. And for TV, I usually use the one that's the fastest. I work with a mean old director, and she has no sense of humor if I go over 30 minutes. Whew. There we are. I'm going to add a little more sap green to that, maybe even a little black to dull it down. And let's begin figuring out where our land's going to go here. Something about like this. Like so. We're going to put in a lot of little things here. I'm just going to put in a lot of little land areas, you know. And recently I had the opportunity to meet a couple of very fantastic people, and they have a little kitty cat that I want you to see. These two fantastic people are raising a couple of little Florida panthers. That's Bennett and Chris there. Very good friends. And they're raising these little panthers until they're adults, and then they want to use them. They want to use them to teach children about how fantastic animals are. And they work with big cats. But aren't these little devils gorgeous? When we filmed this, one of them was 6 weeks old, the other one was 7 weeks old. I don't know which one this one is. but they are so pretty. There we are. But these very well may be, if they're not for sure, the most endangered mammal on the North American continent. These are the Florida panthers. When I was a little boy living in Florida, they weren't that rare. I would hear them. I actually never saw them very often, but you would hear them at night. And they make a sound that sounds just like a lady screaming far off in the distance, and I would hear them. They're almost non-existent now. The few that remain, most of them are in captivity. It's probably the only chance they have of making it. But weren't they just gorgeous? There. I'm just tapping in all these little layers of grassy areas here. Thought you'd rather see the kitty cats and just watch all this. I'm an absolute animal freak. I love all these little creatures that God put here. There we are. And if it was up to me, I'd just raise them all, take them all home. But I guess you can't do that. I raise all kinds of little animals each year. And then we turn them loose. I don't keep them. We turn them loose and turn them back to nature where they belong. But sometimes they get injured or orphaned and they need a little help. And I work with some fantastic people that have taught me a little bit about animals, and they allow me to work with them on some of these things. Tell you what, I'm going to take the old brush, dip it in some paint thinner, go through some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together there. Just mix them on the brush. And then maybe with the other side of the brush, we'll just pick up a little bit of light color, a little white on one side. And our light's coming from that side. Let's have, in our world, there's going to live a big old tree right about there. There he is. Let's give him a friend. We'll have another tree here. There. Take a little bit of light. Didn't show up very well on that. I'll do a little more. That's a simple, nice way, though, of making some very, very effective trees. Oh, some on the other side. I like big trees. If you've painted with me before, you know I like these old big trees. There we go. Another one right in there. Give him a big old foot to stand on. Shoot. Maybe in our world, maybe there's a little one that lives right here. There. Now we can take a liner brush, a little paint thinner on it. Same color, just that brown, Van Dyke brown. Let's put a few little twigs that live out here on this rascal. There, we don't want too many, just a few. Maybe this one's dead. We'll have one dead one in there. Got to have one here and there. All right, now we need some leaves up here in this big old tree. So we'll take that same old brush, our greens, and just begin picking them out. Just pick them out. See, think about clumps. By clumps, I mean a branch is projecting out at you, and it creates one shape, one form, one at a time. Don't try to do them all at once. I know it gets feeling good, and you get to wanting to do them all, but just do one at a time. Think about one group of bushes and limbs here at a time. There, darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. All right, let's go on the other side. A little touch of the bright red in there to dull it down. Red dulls down green. Put a few little things over in here. Once again, just think about basic form and shape, and that's all we're looking for. All right, a little touch more. Right in there. Something like so. But this is a neat way of doing just a fantastic little. I hope you try this one. And also hope you drop me a line. Let me know how it worked for you. And send me a photograph. Every once in a while we show them on TV here. Shoot. Take a brush, a little bit of brown. We'll make that a little path. And with that, I think we'll have a little finished painting. What you think? Isn't that a neat way to do a little painting? There. I think with that, we're going to call that one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fun little painting and have a good time together. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've just covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin, even coat of liquid white. So the canvas is all wet and it's slick and it's ready to go, so let's just do it. Today, let's start out with this little bitty 2-inch brush and go right into a little touch of the phthalo blue. Little phthalo blue, we don't need much, just a little. There we go. And let's go right up here. Let's just start up here in the top and just make little crisscross strokes. And we'll just work all the way across the canvas. The color is continually mixing with the liquid white, so it gets lighter and lighter in value as you work down. And that's exactly what we're looking for in a landscape. There. Something maybe, I don't know, about like that. We'll leave a little area open. Maybe I'll put a cloud in there. What the heck? Maybe we'll put a little cloud in there. There. Something like so. Isn't that easy? We've got just a happy little sky laid in. When you're using this big old 2-inch brush, it really doesn't take too long to paint a canvas. And now, the most fun part of the whole procedure, and that's washing the brush. We have odorless paint thinner in the can. Scrub the brush, shake it off, and just cover everybody in the studio. All right. Now then, we'll take old 2-inch brush and I'll go right into a little bit of the titanium white. Just load some into the bristles, like so. Maybe be right back. Put the least little touch of pink into it, a little bit of bright red. There we go. Let's go up in here. And we'll make a little floater cloud today, just by tapping like so. Get a little more color on the brush. There, just a little floater. And all we're doing is just tapping a basic little shape. That's all we're looking for. Something about like that. Just let it float around. There. Okay. Now that don't look too good yet, but we'll come back with another 2-inch brush. It's clean and dry, and very gently. Look at there. Look. See there? That easy. You can create gorgeous little clouds, and you can pull them. Once again, the liquid white's under there, the canvas is wet. You can move paint right across the surface. And that's one of the nicest, easiest ways I've ever seen of making some little clouds. Okay, now then, let's take a little bit of the alizarin crimson. We'll just mix these on the brush, it doesn't matter. A little alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue. I'm looking for, maybe a little lavender color. Be right back. I'm going to reach down here and get a little white in there too. Ooh, isn't that a pretty color? Just tap. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe in our world, there live some little trees far back here in the distance. And I'm just using the top corner of the brush. And with that, I want to do just indications. I don't want a lot of detail. Too far away. Too far away. Just little distant trees that live back here and have a good time. These are just happy little trees, fun little things. There we go. All you're looking for is basic shape, form, very loose. Something maybe about like that. Then we can wash the brush. I just want an excuse to wash the brush. There. Shake it off. Back in business. Clean, dry brush. Now I'm just going to tap the base of it to create the illusion of mist. I want it to be very soft down toward the bottom. Very, very soft. There we are. Now then, I just use the same old brush. We'll take a little sap green, a little bit of cadmium yellow, a little yellow ochre, mix it together. I'm looking for a nice, that's what I'm looking for. Just a nice green there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, maybe there's another layer of little bushes. Nah, wanted a little greener. Add a little bit more sap green. Yeah, that's better. See, if you're not happy with something, change it. Because this piece of canvas is truly your world. And you can do anything here, anything that your heart desires. There we go. See there? Just indications of other little bushes that live in here. Something like that. And then with a clean brush. Once again, you can tap to create that illusion of mist. Very soft, very gentle, quiet little place. And we go back to that brush that had the green on. It's all right. Go right into the dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, but mostly dark sienna, and tap it again. Just tap, and right back up here. So I'm creating different planes in the painting, different layers. Just want to create a lot of depth in the background, something like that. There we go. Maybe it comes right on down. I don't know, wherever you want it to go. But see, already we have 3 different layers of little things. Take a liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner, and you can just, here and there, don't want a lot, it's too far away. Put the indication of a few little sticks and twigs that show, but not a lot, don't overdo. It's too far away. Too far away, something like that. Something like that, there. Very gentle. Okay, now, got to decide what we're going to have down here. I think down here, let's put today some very, very dark water. Very dark. I'm going to go into pure midnight black and Prussian blue. As dark as I can get it. And I'm going to go up in here and just, dark water, Prussian blue, midnight black. Just really, 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 really go in there. Don't be afraid of it. Because anything we don't like, we just cover it and paint over it. No big deal. There's one great thing about oils. Oils are the most forgiving medium there is. The most forgiving medium. When I was in college taking art, I took classes in watercolor, for example. It's a gorgeous medium. But college taught me 2 things. First of all, it wasn't my medium. And secondly, a super, super respect for those who can do it. I stuck with oils because they are so easy. And as I say, they're very, very forgiving. And I need all the forgiveness I can get. All right, we'll go into Van Dyke brown. A little dark sand. I'm just mixing them together, but mostly Van Dyke in this case. Our little roll of paint. We go right up in here. And maybe, yep. Maybe there's a little bank that lives right here. Just a little old bank. River bank. There. See there? Just drop in a basic shape. Oops, drop the old knife. That's all right, got another one right here. We just keep right on going. So, all right. Now then, find the brush here. Get one that's got a little bit of sap green, a little bit of the little touch of cad yellow. Let me get a little more of that sap green. Like that. Just load it full. Just load it full. Let's go right up here. And maybe up here we'll put just the indication of some little things that are growing right up in here. Little grassy areas. Little tiny grassy areas. I'm going to add a little bit of paint thinner. A little bit of paint thinner. Now then, I want to make this look like little banks that are hanging over. So to do that, we just sort of bring that around. Just like so. There, get a little more paint. There. But that creates the lay of the land back here. All right. About like that. Okay. Take a little white, a little bit of that brown color. There, we'll mix it up so it's sort of marbledy. And here and there we can put the indication of a little stone or whatever lives back in here. There. Now then, let's get crazy. Maybe there's a big bank that lives right out here. I want to create a lot of planes in this painting. So sort of lean back, take a look, take a deep breath and jump in there. Don't be afraid of it. You know, the worst thing that can happen when you're painting with oils is that you have to scrape it off and paint it again. But that's not a big deal. As I said earlier, oils are the most forgiving medium. And if you make a mistake, you just take it off, use it again, go on about your business. There. See, all we're doing here is just putting in a lot of good dark color, good Van Dyke brown, dark sienna mixed together. In fact, you could have probably done this painting using the black gesso and had all this area done in black. Would have worked just as well. Just however you want to do it, it's up to you. There we go. Got a hair right there, we'll get it off. Very gently. Think about how you want this embankment here to go though. There, just, I'm going to put some grass on it too, but I want it to look like it comes over. Maybe in some places it'll come almost straight down and then pull out. It's up to you. But very little pressure on the knife. Just let it sort of bounce so it hits here and there and there and here. Maybe a little touch of the bright red. Ooh, I like that. Like that. Just enough to give it a little flavor. All right. You know what we need back here on this big bank? Let's have a few trees. I like to paint evergreens. So, let me clean off a spot. We'll take Prussian blue, midnight black. I want some of that phthalo green. I like phthalo green and evergreen sometimes. Crimson, a little Van Dyke. Makes up a pretty good pile of color though, because we're going to load some brushes quite deep. There, wipe the old knife off. Let's find a 1-inch brush. All right, load the bristles full of color. Wiggle them. That wiggling pulls the color down to the end of the bristles. Just pulls it down and sharpen it. All right, let's go up here. Now maybe in our world there lives a little evergreen tree right there. Right there. Let me load the thing back up again. Now, just take and give it a little upward push. Working from side to side. See, there it comes. Just push upward. Give it a push. All right. That's one of the easiest ways there is, making a nice little tree. And we're not worried much right now, except about basic shape. We're going to come back, I'm only worried about the top at that. We're going to come back and put in all kinds of little highlights. But right now, all we're worried about is just the outside edges and stuff that will show. Good dark, rich color in there. That's fantastic. Maybe there's a big one up here. We don't even know where it goes. To find out where it goes, we'd have to nail another canvas on top of this one. All right, there it is. Goes right on out like that. Okay, maybe. He's got a little friend right there. Wherever you want him. Okay. Let's have one more just to fill it all up here. Let me load the brush back full of color. And we'll go right in here. There. See there? Now we got a whole forest sitting back here. And in your world, you put as many or as few trees as you want. It's up to you. Totally and completely up to you. Okay. I'll just use that same old brush. I'm going to go right into a little lacad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. I'm making a green. Load the brush the same way. Let's go back up here. Now we can come back in here and begin putting a few highlights here and there. There. Just a few highlights. I'm going to add a little paint thinner so it'll stick a little bit. Oh yeah, see, now it comes off a lot better. If you have trouble making the paint come off, then just add a little paint thinner. This one needs a little thinner. Leave some of these dark areas. Don't kill them all. Darker, darker, darker. Ooh, and this old big boy, he goes right on off into nowhere. Something about like that. There he goes. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. This one back here, almost nothing. We want him to stay way back in the background. There's one. There we go. All right. Now, let's wash that old brush out. I just don't get to beat on these little brushes very often, and they're just about as much fun as the big ones. Not quite. It doesn't do as much to get the cameraman as the other ones do. Okay. Now maybe in here we got some nice bushes. So let's mix up a color, and for that, we'll just pile it up here. We may use that later. Let's take, we'll use some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately much more crimson than blue. Maybe even a little bit more crimson there. All right, and I want to add a little white to it. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, I'm going to take the brush and dip it into liquid white, because you know our rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. The liquid white is there only to thin it. Pull the brush in one direction, load it full. Let's go up in here. And maybe back in here we have some gorgeous little lavender bushes. Maybe I'll make them a little brighter so they show up a little better for TV. There. Okay, there it is. Look at that though. I like these little devils. There. Maybe a little one lives right there. Okay. Maybe in our world. Yep, let's have another one right over in here. You just put them wherever you think they should be. It's up to you. Totally and completely up to you. Put some little tips out here on it. I like to use the liquid white to make little tips so they shine. Darker, darker, darker. I'll go into a little bit of the phthalo blue, and maybe got a little bush right here that's got a little blue in it. Just something to break up the flavor. Okay. Maybe take a little yellow ochre, and maybe we have right up here, maybe right in here there's just a pretty little bush lives right there in a different color. Boy, this is turning into a very colorful little painting. I like that. We'll use our little 2-inch brush and let's have a little green on it, and let's just put some little grassy areas that come right down this embankment. See there? See there? Have them come out almost straight and then come over. Let some of these things just hang over the side. Get a little bit more of that sap green on there. Just let them hang right over. All kinds of things going off in here. About like that. Okay. We can scratch in a few little sticks and twigs just using the knife. So you can lift them up, pull them down. It doesn't matter. Whatever makes you happy. There. Okay. Well, I got that old knife. Let's take some white. I'm going to put some phthalo blue in it, just to make a nice, gorgeous blue. Phthalo blue is such a beautiful color. There, something about like that. Tiny little roll of paint. And maybe we got some little things that are happening right along in here. Just barely graze it. Let it just slide. Just barely, but barely touching it. I want that paint just to pull off the knife and make it look like little watery things that are happening all down through there. There we go. All right. Shoot, we need something over here on the sides. Isn't that a neat way, though, of just making some nice little watery areas? Maybe over here, let me grab some more brown. Yep, you're right. Over here, maybe there's a peninsula or a little point of land that comes right out like that. Just right on out like that. And we'll take a little brown and white, just like we used here. Just let it travel right down. See, there's a little bright red in there too. Just to make it look like old dirt, rocks, stones, whatever's out here. We don't care. Maybe there's a Maybe there's some little grassy areas right out here. I don't know. Let your imagination go. Take you wherever you want to go. There. Just some little happy things living there. Take a little touch of the liquid white. Go in some greens, yellows. Let's have a, little bush. Lives right there. Little tiny bush. Cute little devil. There. All right. I like that. Tell you what, let's do. Take a little more of that blue and white, and let's just bring it right around the edges here. See there? Let it come right around like this. Water's just traveling right on down. There. It's a very, very easy way of making some effective water. Let's use some green, some brown, a little bit of blue. I want to have a bush right here. So to do that, I need to put some dark color in. About like that. Maybe it comes all the way on out. I don't know. Okay, we can go into a little bit of sap green, a little yellow. There we are. Okay. Put some highlights on this little rascal. There. You know, we travel all over the country and we do shows for PBS stations, and they're called Brush and Brunch with Bob. Recently I did one in, I think I was in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I met one of the cutest young fellows there, and he came up on the stage with me and he whispered in my ear, he said, Bob. I said, yeah. He said, beat the devil out of it. He was probably about, I don't know, 7, 8 years old. Just the nicest young fellow. I think his name was Owen. But just super young guy. Enjoyed meeting him very much. But if we get to your town doing one of these brush and brunches, please come out and see us. I'd love to meet you and talk with you. And most importantly, it helps support your public television station. And they need your help. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Let's take some brown, put paint thinner with it, and I'm going to mix it up as real thin. I'm going to make a nice thin color. So that's just Van Dyke brown. Then we'll take, we'll use some brown and white, what we had up here. Put some paint thinner with it. So they're both quite thin. But we have one dark and one quite a bit lighter. Take the little filbert brush, go right through the dark color, load both sides. Then I'll go through the light on only one side. Then we'll go up here and we'll put the indication of just all kinds of little stones and rocks. Maybe some live out here in the water. I don't know, wherever you want them. Over in here, maybe we got some big ones that live out here in these. See them? It's a nice way of making a lot of stones very rapidly, because you can make them in one stroke. Just drop them in. There. Maybe there's a whole patch of them here. There we go. However many you think there should be. Shoot, while we got that old brush going, let's put some Van Dyke brown on it. Maybe up in here. Get brave. We'll put a nice little tree lives right there. There he is. Grab my little liner brush, put some arms on him. Tree needs some arms too. There. Just give him a few little arms. Just happy little tree. It lives up here. Overlooks this little stream. It just flows by. Maybe he's not doing so good and he doesn't have any leaves on him. So we just let him look right there. He's sort of a naked tree. All right. Maybe over in here, just a couple little ones. There, just very quiet little trees. I think with that, we're about to have a finished painting. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's one that you can do. I'd like to hear how you do with it. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do something that's really cold, so you better get out your big coat and put it on. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas up here, and I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go, so let's do it. Let's start out today with the old 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount of the Midnight Black, a little Prussian blue, and just mix them together on the brush here. Mostly black, though. I just put the blue in there to flavor it a little bit. All right. Let's just have some fun. Very little color here. I'm just going to go in here and just barely graze the canvas and put in a little background color. Just a little. Just a little. I don't want this to be too dark because I think I'll put some clouds in here. This is my background color. But the clouds will be the same color, only darker. There we go. Something about like that. Just enough to flavor the canvas a little. Okay, before we get too dark, tell you what, let's have some water in this one. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm crazy about water. Probably just crazy, but I'm crazy about water. Same color. And I'll go right down in here and just pull from the outside in. And we'll lay in a little color that eventually, if everything goes right, will be water. There. About like that. And very lightly, we'll just go across the entire canvas. But that little light area stays in there. That's what we were looking for. Now then, let's have some fun. Black and blue. Mostly black, though. Once again, the blue's in there just to flavor it a little bit. All right. All right, let's go up in here. Now then, let's have some big old clouds, and we're just going to tap these in. I'm just going to use a whole 2-inch brush and just tap in some very basic cloud shapes. Maybe it comes down, goes up, I don't know, wherever you want them. Just tap them in. There. A little more color on the brush. There we are. Just tap it in. Something about like that. And you make your own mind up where you think your cloud should live. Because we all see nature through different eyes. So I want you to paint what you see. There. All right. Something about like that. Maybe a little more over here. Today, tell you what, I'm going to show you a new brush. Today I'm going to introduce you to a little blender brush. This is a very soft little blender brush, and we can just blend right over the top of all of that. Very, very soft brush. It's much, much softer than the normal brushes we use. There. And this one's fantastic because it's thicker than most of them, and most important, it has a round handle. And the round handle allows you to actually paint with it and spin it. There we go. See how you can just blend right over all those beautiful little things? Look at there. Now then we'll just wipe that on a paper towel. I want to come back with a knife, take some pure titanium white, and I want a bright area right up in here. So I'm just going to take that titanium white, and as my son Steve says, we're just going to smoosh it right into the canvas, like that. Okay? Like the sun's maybe behind that old dark cloud there. So we're just going to smoosh it right in there. Just really press it in there firmly. There. Then we go back to our little blender brush, and this is where this brush is so fantastic. You can just blend right over that. That easy. And I'm going to tap the corner of this brush into a little white, just a little bit of the titanium white. See, we're actually going to paint with this blender in places. And with that, then we can go up in here and just spinning it around, we can make the indication of very soft little fluffy clouds that live in there. There, if you want to make it look like there's a few rays coming out through there, you can just pull it. Those might not show up very much, but in your painting, you'll see them. And you can make them as distinct as you want. And that gives us a pretty good old winter sky. It looks sort of dreary and cold, and whew, Looks like there's a storm coming already. As I say, you better get out your heavy coat. Let's take Prussian blue, midnight black, put some alizarin crimson in it, maybe even a little Van Dyke. Good dark color. Predominantly blue though. Pull it out as flat as you can get it, cut across, get a little roll of paint. Goes right on the edge of the knife. And our world, maybe, yep, we'll just put us a big old mountain lives right up here. Just decide where you think it should live and drop it in. And the only thing that we're worried about in this particular mountain is the top. We could care less what's happening below it. Just that nice edge is all we're looking for. Take a 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull it. Because we have liquid white on the canvas, we can move this color. There, see, just let it go. Make a big old mountain that just lives right in there like that. Come back with our titanium white. Pull it out as flat as we can get it, cut across, and we have a little roll of paint. And we just go right in there. And with that, let's put some nice highlights on this mountain. Big old snow-covered mountain. Whew. I lived in Alaska for almost a dozen years. And we saw a lot of this kind of scenery. Gorgeous place. Absolutely gorgeous. There we go. We'll take some white, a little Prussian blue, mix it together. And with that, we'll make a nice little shadow color. Just blue and white. There. Good coal color. Cut off our little roll of paint again. And we go up here. Touch. No pressure. Just let it flow. Grab. Now we're going to push that little peak back. Go right through it. See how it pushed it right in the background? There. No pressure though. You want the paint to break like that. To have those little holes in it. That's what makes it so pretty. Makes it actually look like something's happening in there. Little white, let's break up that straight edge. It bothers me that it's so straight. There. We'll come right in here. Put a little shadow under him. Shoot, we got a little mountain going right there. Clean, dry 2-inch brush. I want to create a little mist. Tap the base of it. Lift upward. Always following those angles that are in the mountain. There we go. Now then, today let's have a little fun. Let's do 2 ranges of mountains, just to show you how you can put one mountain in front of another. Maybe over here we have a huge mountain, wherever you want it. Big, strong old mountain. Maybe there's a bump there. Something about like that. See, you have to make these big decisions in your world. Where does all these things live? You decide. And then just drop them in. That's what's so fantastic about this style of painting. You get an idea in your mind, and before it escapes, you can just put it in. You can drop it right in. Back to our 2-inch brush, we grab it, and we pull. There we go. This does 2 things. First of all, maybe most important, it removes excess paint so that it's easier to put the next layer on. Secondly, it blends it downward. It creates that soft, misty look at the base. And when you're painting mountains, that's what you're looking for. All right. Back to our titanium white. We'll put some highlights right out in here. There it is. See, wherever you want them. There, maybe right in here. See, there's one. Here comes one. Just let it flow right on through. Just make big decisions. Drop it in. You have unlimited power here. Because you know you can do anything that you believe you can do. Anything that you believe you can do. There we go. Right up into here. Shoot, look at that. Big old strong mountain. There. Just wherever. Something about like that. I love mountains. I think they're one of the most fun things there is to paint. And of course, none of us are interested in selling paintings, but if you are, it still seems to be the thing that sells better than anything else. It's just great big old mountains. People love them. They fit in almost any decor. don't think there's anybody that doesn't like mountains. Well, maybe there is. There we are. Just bring it right on down. And here and there and there and here you can go in, figure out where you want a little projection to be. Put a little shadow behind it and automatically it'll stand right up in your world. Okay, back to our nice, dry, clean 2-inch brush. You can begin lifting, working, tapping. Always follow those angles though. I want to create the illusion of distance here. So you create that misty effect down at the base. Now then, sometimes we'll just take that old brush, go right into some mountain color, a little bit of white, maybe a touch more white. There. Just load a little color in it. There. See? Let's go up in here. Maybe there's some little areas right here that grow right up the side. Just tap them in wherever you think they should be. And that we're going to lift upward and make it look like little trees that are growing back here. Little trees that grow right up the side of the mountain. I like that. That's a neat, very easy way to put in an indication of a lot of little distant trees. See? Shoot, that's where you'd ski, is right down between those. Hopefully not into them, but beside them. I'm not a very good skier. I'd probably run right over them. There. That's the reason I took up painting. It's a lot safer. There, just lift upward. Like that. Now then, when we got that old color on the brush, let's just come right in here. Pull it straight down. Same color. Just pull it straight down. Like that. And then go across. And we can have instant reflections. If you want to put a highlight, take a little titanium white here and there. Don't overdo this though. You'll ruin the effect. Just a little here and there. And then go across. Just enough to wiggle it a little. See, it makes it look like light shining in there. But don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. It gets feeling good sometimes and you don't know when to stop. Take a little of the liquid white, cut across it. We'll go right up in here. And just put in a little tiny waterline is right there. This is just a light area between the two darks. It sort of separates. And it also looks like little places where snow's laying out in the water. There we go. That nice? Maybe there's a big old thing out in here. Whatever. It's up to you. Up to you. All right, let's have some fun. Time to get crazy. Let's mix up some Prussian blue, some black, crimson. Whew, a lot of color there. Dark. It should look black. But it has a blue base to it. I'll even put a little brown in it to keep it dull. There. Let me wipe off the old knife. And we just wipe the knife on some paper towels. Let's grab a fan brush. Load it full of color. A lot of color. And let's do us a little evergreen tree. Now I'm going to be going over a lot of snow here, so I'm going to dip the brush into a little bit of paint thinner, just a small amount, because you know our golden rule of thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So it'll make it a little easier when we go right over all of this. It'll stick a little easier. Here comes a nice tree. There, see? There he comes. Maybe a little of his trunk showing right there. I like to do trees that have a little bit of trunk showing, a little naked spot on them. Sometimes that's sort of neat looking in painting, because trees grow that way. They're not all perfect. They're like us. There. Or at least like me. I got a lot of flaws. Whew, boy, do I have a lot of flaws. I'm not even going to talk about them. There we go. Have another little tree right there. And maybe, who knows, maybe there's another one that's hiding. Maybe he's behind back here. I don't know. Maybe, yep. In your world, you decide how many or how few trees live there and just drop them in. Just drop them in wherever you want them. That easy. Let's give him a friend. He's sitting over here by himself. Shoot. You'll get lonely. You know me, I think everybody should have a friend. All right, now, if this is water, maybe we'll end up reflecting these down into the water. So I'll just sort of do a real basic little shot here, backwards, just to put the indication of a little something in the water. See there? We don't care if it's not perfect because we're going to take a big brush and just sort of go right over it. Let me find a nice clean brush, very lightly. One hair and some air, just enough to disturb it a little bit. See the old trees? Now we got to give them something to set on. Right now they're just sort of, they're sort of floating around out there in the water. So we have to put some land in there. Tell you what, while we got the old tree brush going, we don't want this side left out. Let's put a big tree over here. Just a big old tree. I like this kind of painting because it'll give you a lot of practice with a knife and with a fan brush. But the old knife, if you'll spend some time learning to use that son of a gun, you can paint entire paintings with it. On some of the earlier shows, we did paintings using nothing but the knife. It's a little hard to do in the time frame we have, but try it. It's a little slower than using brushes, but you can get some effects that you cannot get using a brush. Absolutely cannot get it. Oh, another tree there. There we go. See? There he comes. There. And if you learn to make one tree, shoot, you can make 1,000,000 trees. That's all it takes. Just get them right out of your brush. Tell you what, let's take got a little blue and white here. Since this is such a cold looking painting, I'm going to just use that color to make the indication of a few little trunks here and there. There. Normally we'd use brown, but I want this painting to stay cold, real cold. There. Now let's take another fan brush. I'm going to dip it into a little bit of the liquid white, titanium white. I put it in the liquid white just to make it a little bit thinner, then a little bit of the Prussian blue. I want a nice blue color, a little darker. So you can make it any flavor you want. I want it a little darker. Okay, let's go up here. Now with this brush, we're going to come in here and put the indication here and there, not much though, of some gorgeous little highlights that live right out on these trees. Not much, not much. Don't overdo. Keep this dark. It's contrast in this painting that makes it so pretty. Keep them dark. There, see? All right, on the other side over here, we'll do a little here. Don't want this tree left out. Man, these trees will get mad if you forget them, ignore them. I had one chase me all the way across the studio here one day. There. I'm a little weird. I go out and talk to trees and animals and stuff like that. But that's okay. That's okay. I have more fun than most people do too. All right. 1-inch brush here. Let's put in a little bush here and there. I want some nice little snow-covered bushes, so we'll just do this. All right. Let's go over here and put one in here too. There. Look at there. Here it comes. Here it comes. Where's it going? You knew, didn't you? There we go. You decide where they live. Now then, let me wash that old brush out. Just shake it off. Beat the devil out of it, and off we go. Let's see here. Let's take a little bit of white. Come right back in here. Put the indication of a little bit of snow under here. Just a little snow. Gotta have something for all this to sit on. It's just sort of hanging out here in the lake right now, or stream, river, whatever it is. Dip the brush into liquid white, and then I'm going to pull it in one direction through the titanium white. The liquid white is there only to thin the titanium white. Pull it in one direction. Then we're going to carefully turn it over. Okay, let's go up in here. And with that, then we're going to come in here and put some gorgeous little highlights on these little rascals. See them? Little snow-covered bushes that live out here. Because this is cold. There they are. Let's give them a little friend. And you put them wherever you think they should live. There we go. Go on the other side and put some over there too. Don't want them left out. There's one. But don't let the brush slide when you're doing this. Just give it a little push. Bend the bristles a tiny bit. Tiny bit. And if you start picking up that base color excessively, you're always going to pick up a little. But if you pick it up excessively, then your paint on your brush is too thick. Add a little touch more of the liquid white to it. There. Oh, it looks cold. I think the temperature here where we're painting has dropped 10 or 15 degrees just since we started this. I like to paint paintings like this. Gorgeous. All right, now then, I'll tell you what. Let's get crazy today. Maybe in our world lives a little house out here, because I'd like to live in a place like this. So take your knife, scrape out a basic shape. That just removes excess paint. We'll take a little of the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. We'll put the back roof in first, back eave, like that. That's all there is to it. And we'll put the front in. And all we're doing here is just blocking in color. It doesn't much matter. You could do this any old way you wanted to. Just blocking in color. Then we take some little white, little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, mix them together so they're marbled. Cut across and very lightly. Barely touch. Just like you're putting snow on the mountain. Barely touch. Just touch it. Pull. Maybe a little more over here so it shows up. Oh, that's nice. That's so nice. Take a little dark color. Just make it look like old boards. Little of the Van Dyke. Got a little door. A little touch of light color. Sort of outline it so we know where the door is at. Shoot. Now all we need is the other half the roof so he doesn't freeze. So we'll take a little bit of the titanium white. Just put it on right there. Ooh, like that. Now we need a little over here. So it looks like the snow's deep on the roof up here. Okay. Now, we'll just take a little touch of snow, put right down here, wherever. Right on across. See there? But pay attention to angles. You want that to flow. Because chances are, if there's water out here, it's in a recessed area. Normally, water always is in this recessed area. So, all right. We can come back. Let me find my brush that we was making bushes with. Come back. A little liquid white, titanium white. And let's put some little bushes all around here. Look at them. See? They're about to eat up right around the front door there. All right. A little bit. Maybe this guy's like me. He didn't cut his yard very good in the summer. And now the bushes are growing right up like that. We could even take a little touch of blue and white. Let's make an indication of maybe a little path that comes right out here. So he's got a way to walk out. Take the knife, scrape in a few little sticks and twigs here and there. Something like so. A little bit of the liquid white. Put a water line into here. Something about like that. I like these kind of paintings. I say they'll give you a lot of practice with the old knife. And that's what you need. That's what you need. A few little sticks over here. Just scrape right through the paint. Let the canvas show through. All right. I think we got a finished painting here. Hope you enjoy this one. Give it a try. Send me a photo of what you do. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd show you how we do the little painting that you see at the beginning of the show, the little one with all the birch trees in it that the little painter guy's in. It's a very, very simple painting, and even if you've never done a painting before in your life, this one you can do. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint it at home. While they're doing that, come on up here and let's get started. Today I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. Black gesso is dry. Now then, today we have three different colors of gesso. We have white gesso, black gesso, and gray gesso, and I've just put them on a little plastic tray here. And we use the old foam brush. It's easy to do. We just go right into a little bit of this gray gesso. And with this, we're going to paint the little trees that you see in the background, the little ones that are far, far back. Okay, let's go right up here now. We just take this, and I'm just going to do a few of them on this canvas to show you how they were done, and then I'll put up a canvas that's already finished, because it takes a while for this to dry. Well, maybe 20, 30 minutes. But see, that's all you do. Just pull down some basic ideas for tree trunks. And you have to make the decision how many trees live in your forest. See, and sometimes the trees are close together, sometimes far apart. Some of them will be thick, some will be thin. Completely and totally up to you. And sometimes in the woods you'll find trees that maybe one fell over. Maybe when he was just a little guy, maybe a big old bear came through here and stepped on him, put a little hurt in his back. Now then, let's reflect those right down in here. And they don't have to be exact, just basic idea. That's all we're looking for. Just put them in, something like that. There, see? Now then, now I'll take, and I got a little liner brush here. With that, I'll just dip it in a little water, because gesso, as you know, is a water-based paint. There we go. It's actually not a paint, it's a primer. You know, in the art world now, there's a lot of controversy about using acrylic under oils, because they say it's not permanent. There, just turn it. But the gesso is a permanent medium. So if you're worried about acrylics under your oils disappearing after 40 or 50 years, this is considered a permanent medium. All right, now, we just thin this down very thin. And with that, we're just going to make the indication of a lot of little tree limbs that just hang around out here and play all day. But we're not worried about them being perfect, because these are just little background limbs. Shoot, probably half of them won't even show. You're just putting it in for filler material. That easy. See there? You know, I get letters from people and say, Bob, I've got a little nervous twitch in my hand, and I just can't paint because of that. This is your painting. Because if you have a little nervous twitch, you can make the most gorgeous tree limbs. You're ahead of the rest of us. I have to intentionally sort of shake my hand and pretend that I do. There. See? Something like that. And you just figure out where you want them. And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Very simple. Anybody can do this. As I say, I like to design paintings in every series that everybody can do, even if they've never painted. And in this series, this is the one. It is the easiest painting in the whole series. And it's also maybe one of the most effective. When we were doing the little opening, the people here in the studio just went crazy over this painting. It was absolutely their favorite. All right. And you know, it only takes a few seconds to see that little opening, but it takes a lot of fantastic people to put it together. This one was a brainchild of my good friend Jerry Morton, one of the engineers here at the station. There. Oh, Jerry, he's like me. He's got sort of a crazy imagination. You put the two of us together, we come up with wild ideas. But that's what makes it fun. Now then, see, we've got a few little tree limbs there. Now we can just go down here with the same way and just put in the indication of a few things down here. And they don't have to match exactly what's up above. Just so we have some indications. Really, don't worry about this one. Just let it happen. This is one that you should enjoy and have a good time with. When Annette and I were traveling all over the country teaching, I wish we'd have had this painting for people to do, because it works so well. And you can take this idea and you can do all kinds of things with the colored gesso. Shoot, you could, for example, if you wanted to paint a barn, you could paint the entire barn the basic outline of it with just gessos. And then you come back and cover it with liquid clear, and then go over it with transparent or semi-transparent colors, and it shows through. It's a fantastic way to paint. Just makes it very easy and a lot of fun. And painting, as you know, should be a lot of fun. All right, there we go. Okay, that gives us a general idea of how you make the little background trees. Let me wipe off the little brush. Then we'll come back and I'm going to put the trees that are more distinct right over the top of it. And for that, I'm going to use just pure white gesso. Same little foam brush. See, just load it up like that. Just pure white gesso. Okay, let's go up in here now. And you decide where the trees live that are in the foreground, touch, and pull down. As I'm pulling down, I'm adding a little bit more pressure to the brush so it automatically gets bigger toward the base. Normally, and I say normally because sure as heck there's a tree that's different. Normally trees are bigger at the bottom than they are at the top. So I'm just going to put a few in here so you can see how they look. Maybe this one here. Sometimes birch trees grow in clumps. In fact, most of the time they grow in clumps. But that'll give you an idea of how those were done. Now then, we'll go right below it and pull straight down. I start with a little more pressure and release, or less pressure when we're going down. Now, if you have trouble painting upside down, just take the canvas off and turn it over. There. That gives us a basic idea. That's all we're looking for in this. Just want to show you how it's done. Back to my water, and we'll go right back into that white gesso. And once again, I'm just going to make the little tree limbs, but this is pure white gesso. If you're only using one foam brush, wash your brush in between the gray and the white so that this color is pure. You want this white gesso here. It's very strong. There we go. Isn't that fantastic, though? I just love little paintings like this. They really make painting so easy. And they're great. They're great if you're doing a little demonstration for like your family or your friends, because they just won't believe what's happening right there in front of their eyes. And all the preparatory work you do by yourself. There we are. Isn't that neat? But now if you have trouble making this paint flow across here, it just means you don't have enough water in it. Just like when we're using the oils, if they don't flow, it means you don't have enough paint thinner. So don't be afraid to put some water in it. And this takes usually, depending on heat and humidity and all that, usually it'll dry in about 15 to 30 minutes. And also depending how thick you put it, you can build gesso up. Okay, let's go down into the bottom here and put some reflections. See there? And they did, once again, they do not have to be exact. Very few people are going to sit and check your reflection to make sure it's identical to the thing above it. There, I love these colored gessos. I don't know why it took so long to get them. Since we've introduced them into the art world, they've just about become a standard. There. Everybody's using them now. All right. Okay, a few over here. Something about like that. And that's really about all there is to it. And when you're at home and you have unlimited time and don't have a mean old director to come out and yell at you, you can just take your time and do all these things that you want to do. I just want to show you how this painting was done, because it's so different than anything we've done before. And it's so wonderful. It's worth taking the time to show you. And I hope you send me some photographs of things that you do with this, because this is just to stir your imagination, because I know you can come up with much better things to do. There we are. Look at that, though. All right, now then, let me wash this little brush out. One more thing I'll show you. I'm going to take a fan brush, and I recommend you get one of your old fan brushes that's about wore out. We'll just take a little black, put a little bit of water with it just to thin it. This is just pure black, though. Just enough water to make it a little bit thinner. And I'm going to take a knife, and I just want to take and sort of flick it. See it? Just flick little globules of gesso on there. Just flick them on. Now this really works better if you have the canvas laying flat, so you can get up above it and flick it. But this will show you how it's done. There we are. Just flick them on there. And it doesn't matter if these little globules go onto the black, because when it dries, they won't even show. It won't even show. Now then, we'll go back here, and I'll get the brush that we were using that just had black on it, and very gently touch it. And this is still a little wet. I would suggest you allow it to dry when you're at home. But just give it a little pull. See how it makes it look like birch trees? Isn't that sneaky? There. And it's gorgeous. You really can do this so easy. It's almost unbelievable. Once again, allow it to dry. But that easy. All those little flicks that you made up there, they cause the little dark indications in the bark of a birch tree. And I tell you what, I have a canvas here that I've already prepared and have it completely finished. So you can see it's just basically the same thing that we've done there. I'm going to put this canvas on my easel, and then we'll go ahead and paint the picture. In the meantime, the other day I had a fantastic experience with a gorgeous, gorgeous little owl that I want to share with you. And we'll put him up here, and we'll look at him while we're changing these canvases. This is a great horned owl. One of my good friends in Florida, Cindy, loaned me this owl to play with a little bit. And he's very young, probably 5-6 months old. But he is one of the most gorgeous birds that you've ever seen. And when they get big, oh, look out there. He's just playing. But the rascal almost got my nose there. But aren't those the most beautiful things? Now, I like animals so much, I'm telling you, I could just about make a career out of taking care of these little rascals, because they're so beautiful. Isn't that something? We'll put him on at the end of this show and let you see him again, because I think these owls are some of the most gorgeous creatures that God has ever made. They're just absolutely wonderful. Shoot, I'd like to have one for a pet, but you don't keep these kind of creatures as pets. These kind of creatures, God meant for them to be free. So we raise them up and we get them grown, or we take care of them, whatever they need, and then we turn them loose and they go back to nature where they belong. So I don't suggest you keep wild animals as pets. Okay, we're back now. As I say, now we have one up here that's nice and dry, and we can take off. So let's take, and we'll start out, cover the entire canvas with just a very thin coat of liquid clear. The one word that I need to repeat several times here is the word thin. You want the thinnest coat possible of liquid clear here. It's easy to put too much because you can't see it. So you want a very, very thin coat. Something like that. With the old 2-inch brush, it doesn't take but a second to do it. That's all. Just cover the entire canvas with it. Something like that. I really like this little opening using this painting. The little painter guy, he looks like he literally just steps right into the painting. That makes it so neat. All right. It's a lot of fun to make those. There. As I say, it takes a lot of fantastic people here to do that. There's a lot of video magic going on in there. And it's neat to be in a TV station and see how all this is done. All right. A little bit down here in the corner. Shoot, we'll be ready to go. Something about like that. That's all we need. Here we are. Just make sure we got a nice coat. Very thin, very, very thin, all the way across. Like that. All right. Now then, the most fun part of the whole technique is washing the brush. That's my favorite part. We'll wash the brush, shake it off, and just beat the devil out of it. All right. Now then, it takes very few colors to do this, but all the colors, other than the titanium white, are very transparent. That's most important, so that your gesso work shows through. So let's start out today with a little touch of the Indian yellow. Just a very small amount, tiny little bit. There. Just load a little into the bristles and tap it. There. It's easy to go back and add a little more. So son, we're going to take it off. So start out with just a small amount, and you can always add more. And right across the base of these beautiful little trees that we painted, see, we'll just do this. Something like that. And we'll do the same thing in the reflections. Well, that's pretty already, isn't it? But this acts like a glaze. The liquid clear there and the transparent color literally acts as a glaze. If you used, let's say you put these on with yellow gesso and you went over it with blue, then you would end up with a translucent green. And it's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. Try it. There we go. All right. I have several brushes here, so let me just grab another 2-inch brush. Don't want to spend all of our time washing brushes and upsetting the camera people. We'll go right into phthalo blue. I love phthalo blue. It's one of the prettiest colors. It's a gorgeous color. Just tap a little into the bristles. And let's go right up to the top of the canvas and just making little X's. Just paint right down like that. See there? Isn't that fantastic? This works so wonderful, and it's so easy. So easy. So I say, if you've never painted a painting before, but you've always known there's an artist hiding inside of you, this is the one to get started on, because it'll work. It'll work the first time, guaranteed. There. We'll do the same thing down here in the reflection. Like that. There. I like paintings that work easy, because if you have a little success with this, then you got enough confidence to go and you try something a little harder and a little harder, and that's the way we learn. We just do things over and over, and each time it gets easier and better, and you can do more and more difficult things. Now then, I like to sort of darken the edges a little bit. So with the same old brush, I'm going to go right into a little touch of the Prussian blue. Prussian blue is a gorgeous color, but it's much darker. Let me just work these out a little bit like that, soften them. See there? There's no such things as mistakes on these. Shoot. The worst thing can happen here, if you do happen to make a big boo-boo, and that does happen once in a while in our world, you take a paper towel or a rag with a little paint thinner on it and you just wipe it off. The gesso is still there and you can do it again. This is the way I practice these things. I just wipe them off and do them again. Prussian blue to darken the top and the corners. Prussian blue, strong, dark. Good, nice color. There we are. See there? Now we have a graduation of color. And we'll do the same thing down here in the reflections. Something about like that. See there? Okay. As I say, when Annette and I were traveling and teaching, I wish we'd have had some paintings like this to show people. But we didn't have the colored gessos then, and we couldn't do these kind of things. Now we have them. There, just sort of blend that together. Wouldn't this be a fantastic scene to maybe put some Indians on horses out here? That would be beautiful. If you're going to do that, I'd recommend you paint this little background, put your color in, allow that to dry. I'd let it dry completely. Then I'd go back and I'd paint in all my little subjects that I wanted in there. If I wanted to have some Indians on horses. I like Indians on horses because they'd sort of match the birch trees if they were on pintos. They would just sort of blend right in there. Now I'm going to take a little bit of titanium white on the fan brush. Just want a small amount, about like so. Let's go up in here. Now I want to begin putting the indication of a little snow that lives back here in the background. Not much color, very little in between back here. Just a little, just the indication of a little. See, just a little. So those background trees have something to set on. Now, there. If you put it on very thin like that, it's still fairly transparent, even though white is a very opaque color. If you put it on thin, we're okay. And we're just putting in background stuff. In fact, back here, we just want it to sort of disappear. You can take your finger and smooth it in so it just disappears. And we don't even know where anything's at. Look at that. That easy. That easy. A little bit back in here. Now, this won't be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of the show, but it will certainly show you exactly how we made it. There. Because no painting ever comes out exactly the same here. We don't use any patterns or tracings or anything like that. So none of them ever come out exactly the same. And that's even better. That's what makes it fun. All right, now I'm going to load a lot of white paint. A lot of white paint right into the bristles. Because now we want to get serious. Now we're going to do the things that are in the foreground. And in our world, maybe, yep, you're right. Comes right down like that. So you can just sort of cut around the tree there. There. Right up to him. We'll go around in some places. Some places we'll just let that blend right on back. It's up to you. You make the big decisions. There. Maybe it comes right on up here. I don't know. Each of us will see it a different way, and that's what makes it fantastic. That's what makes it fantastic. If y'all make it look like snow's going up a tree, just give it a little upward pull. It'll look like there's a little bank of snow right up in there. That's very nice sometimes. Makes a very nice effect. There. And there. See, leave some of these little dark areas in there. They turn out to be your best friends. Looks like little areas in between layers of snow. Probably a little bunny rabbit hiding right in there looking out at you. Okay, let's come maybe right in here. You make the decision. Really, I just want to show you how to do things. What you do is totally and completely up to you. There, because painting is a very individual thing. Everybody paints differently. That's what makes it wonderful. Let's see, maybe over in here we make this side a little stronger, a little bigger, wherever. Now then, I want to create the illusion of a few little reflections. I don't want to lose this purity down here. But I just take a clean brush, grab the base of that a little bit, just a little. You really don't even have to hardly add any color. You can add a touch if you want to. I would suggest, though, very little. I don't want to ruin the purity of this reflection, but I want it to look like water. And just by doing this little simple step, and then very lightly going across, just enough to disturb it a little bit. See, it looks like the shimmer of water across there. All right. Isn't that fantastic? Now then, let me redefine that edge a little. I sort of bumped it with a brush. But it's easy to fix because we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. Let's have a little doer hangs right out there. He just lives there. There he is. See him? All kinds of little things. And we had a little peninsula that the little painter guy at the beginning of the show jumped on. So we'll put it in. Give him something to stand on right about there. See, there it comes. There. There we go. Something about like that. Okay, that's a little place for him to stand. Now then, all we need to do, get our knife, get a little bit of the liquid white, put the least little touch of titanium white with it. I just want to thin it down. We'll come right back in here, and with that, we just cut in some water lines. And that's basically all that was done in the little painting that you see at the beginning of the show. As I say, it unquestionably is the simplest painting in this entire series, and you can do it. You literally can do this one. There. It's a gorgeous little painting. And I think it'll open your mind to ideas like you can't believe. It'll stir the imagination, get you excited, because there's a million things you can do with this. It's really just up to you. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It's been a lot of fun for us, and it's one of the most fantastic ideas. Let me see some of your work. Send me some photos, okay? From all of us here. I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a little painting. It's a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got today. Today I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas up here, and I'm using an 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've taken a piece of contact paper or sticky back paper, and I've just cut an oval in it. I might not be able to see that too plain yet. We will by the end of the show. Just cut an oval in it, stuck it on the canvas, then I've covered this part with liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and ready to go. Let's start today with our little 2-inch brush. We'll go right into phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. That's such a beautiful warm blue color. Get a little bit on the bristles and let's go right up in here. And today, let's just do a happy little sky. Just one that I think you'll like. Just doing little crisscrosses, something about like that. And we'll come right on down. Ooh, maybe right there. Tell you what, while I got that blue going, I think we'll have some water in this one. We'll just go across and put in some water. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm an absolute fanatic for water. I love it. I think it's so gorgeous in paintings. There we are. And anything we don't want to be water, we just paint right over it. Doesn't matter. Now then, I'm going to go back into that phthalo blue, same identical color, but this time I'm going to tap. I'm tapping the bristles into a very, very small amount of color. See, there's not much paint there. I'm just tapping. Now we'll go back up here. I want to make an indication of a big old fluffy cloud that just floats around up here in the sky and has fun all day. So I'll just tap it in. As I say, we're using the identical same color, only darker. There. Just going to tap in some basic shapes. Something about like that. And tell you what, let me get the little blender brush. This is a new brush we introduced in this series. But it'll get up here and you can blend all these colors without tearing them up. So you can go right over the top of that. Just blend it. Our regular brushes are a little bit too firm to blend like this. So this is a super way of doing that. All right. Fluff it up a little. You can just keep going over and over. Each time you blend it, though, it gets a little softer until it finally it'll just go away and leave you. All right. Now then, maybe, we'll take a little bit of black, a little bit of blue, and some white. I want a color that's very close to the sky color. About like that. A little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And maybe way back in the background. See, it just barely shows. That's what I'm looking for. Back here somewhere. Maybe there's a big old mountain that lives way back in there somewhere. It's far away. Far away. Just looking for a little quiet one up here. And we'll take 2-inch brush and grab that. I want to blend it to soften it even more till it just about disappears right up here in the sky. We can just blend right over the entire mountain. This little rascal, when we get done, it'll just barely show back here. Might not show at all, but that's all right. Okay, now let's make a big mountain today. For that, let's take some black. I'm gonna get alizarin crimson. A little more crimson. There we are, black and alizarin crimson. Maybe a little bit of Prussian blue, not too much. I want this to have sort of a lavendery flavor to it. Pull it out and get our little roll of paint again. There we go, let's go up in here. Come right up in here, let's make a big mountain. There it comes. Comes right there. Let's have it come down. Just let your imagination go. I think let's do a big old crazy looking mountain today that give you a lot of practice using the knife. And it's a lot of fun. Mountains are one of the best things going to give you practice with a knife. And if you make friends with this knife, there's just no limit to what you can paint with it. I think I mentioned in some of the earlier series, we've done entire paintings using nothing but the knife. Maybe we'll just have it come right out like that. Whatever. Pull it down. So you can just change the shape however you want it, because this is your world right here. Scrape off all the excess paint. Really get in there and scrape it off. take a big brush, pull that paint down. Once again, that removes excess paint, and it's continually blending with the liquid white that's on the canvas, so your mountain automatically will get lighter and lighter down here toward the base. Right now it doesn't look like too much, but hopefully in a few minutes it'll get a little better looking. All right, let's mix up some color to go on our mountain. For that, today I think I'll use white, maybe a little black in it. Gray it down some, maybe a little more. There. Just white with a little bit of black in it, something like that. Cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go back up here. Maybe today, let's have a mountain that maybe is highlighted over here on this side. Just let that flow right on down. Comes right up here. There. Big old mountain that lives way back here. Maybe. Yeah, let's have it come right down. I know, let's have it come right on out here. I don't care. When you're doing your painting, you decide where your mountain lives, what it looks like, how the angles are, where the highlights and the shadows are. It's totally and completely up to you. I'll mix up a little more. You take some white, a little bit of the Prussian blue. I'll put some black in there to dull it down. Don't want to overmix. I'm even going to put a little brown into it, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke. So see how marble the color is though? I want to keep that because that's right there in that roll of paint. Then with that, we can come up here and we can begin adding in a few little shadows. Just a few little shadows. They live right in here. There. Just little sneaky things. Pick up a little bit of the dark sienna. Just let it bounce right along in here like you can see some of the mountain color. There we go. Just sort of let these little things play and bounce across here very gently. I'm going back to the solid dark color that I used to make the mountain. And we'll put a little bit of that here and there. See, that makes deep, dark areas in there. Just sort of separates everything. Just a few of them here and there. There. I'm going over in here and put a few little things to make that look very deep and dark. Little area in between there. Maybe, I tell you what, maybe there's a little peak in here. I don't know. Come right along with a little bit of the highlight color. Drop that in. Then we could begin playing. But I just want another little projection that lives right out there. That easy. Just to make it stand out and look rough and ragged. All right, anywhere you want to put little dark areas. And at home, take your time and just really get in here and play and put all these little things in. You'll be amazed at the kind of things that you can create in your world. Just let them happen. Let them happen. There, just little things that live in there. Let some of these dark colors just play through. Well, a mountain climber would have a rough time on that one even. Okay. Now then, I want to create a misty effect down at the base of that. There, just get a clean brush. That one's not quite clean enough. And just begin tapping. There. Then gently lift upward. Now then, I'm going to go right into, let's get a little touch of the sap green, a little bit of that mountain color. I'm just going to mix them together on the brush here. Just looking for some various colors. Back to, that's right there. Let's go up in here. And we'll put some little things right in here that eventually, hopefully, will look like little trees that go right up the side of the mountain. Because we're going to lift them upward. Just give them a little upward lift. There, see them? All kinds of little things that live in there. Just pop them up. That easy. Just load a little more paint there. Pop these up. But see all the different planes that you can make in there? Look at there. You'd have to track all the way up here to get clean up that mountain. Whew, we keep going here. We're going to have Mount McKinley I used to live not far from Mount McKinley. It's one of the most gorgeous places in the world. Let's wash the old brush. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. All right. Today maybe I'll use a little round brush. And let's go in. We use a little bit of that mountain color. We'll put a little bit of sap green with it. Be right back. I'm going to grab a little white over here. Ooh, that's a nice color. A little more green into it, though. All right. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe there in our world is a little footy hill that lives right here. Like so. I don't know where it goes. Don't know that we even care at this point. It goes wherever you want it to go. Then grab this and lift it up. See there? Just another layer. Now I want to create mist at the bottom of this. I'll take a 2-inch brush, just a clean 2-inch brush, tap it. That'll soften the bottom of it. Make it very, very soft. Okay. And maybe let's have something a little darker in there now. Let's have maybe some little bushes that live right in here. I want to put a dark area against the lights. Still using a little small round brush. Just to put the indication of some little things that live way back in the distance. Far away. Far away. There. Then I'm going to go back and once again mist this. Just misting the base of it though. And this little misty area, as you can see above there, that becomes your separator. That separates the different planes in your painting, or the different layers. I'm going to add a little bit of cadmium yellow to the same color that I did the back one with, and maybe put another layer in. A little yellow ochre too. When it's there, that's much better. It stands out better now. See, just lift it up. But very gently, very gently. And that'll give us all kinds of little things that live way back in there. Lightly, lightly. Just barely touching. Let's see here. Let's take a little bit of green, a little bit of that black into it. Let's just put something here. See, we'll just lay a little color on. Then you can just take a fan brush and lift it up. Look like little trees that live way back here. Just lay a little thick color on. See, pop it up. That easy. Get a little touch of the liquid white, pull it out flat. A little bit of that same color, that greenish color that we were using before, put it in the liquid white. Then I get a little bit on the edge of the knife, and we can go right up in here and make it look like little grassy banks right along in there. Something like that. Okay. Back to our old brush, it has all those colors on it we use. Let me add a little more. And while we have this here, let's pull that down. Just make a happy little reflection. It lives right out here. See, I probably should have done this before I put the water line in. Would have made it easier. So, but we can just go right back and put it in again. It's easy to do. Because as you know, we don't make any mistakes. There we are. Okay, good. Now then, maybe, let's see what we got going here. I got to clean off a spot to work. Even with a palette this big, run out of room sometime. Let's take some black, Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, put a little sap green in it. Okay, maybe a little more green. Let me wipe off the old knife. We'll go in here with I'm using a number 3 fan brush today. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe in our world there lives a few little evergreen trees right in here. Something about like that. Give him a little friend lives there with him. You know me, I think everybody should have a little friend. There we go. Shoot, why do I have another one? There. Little rascals live everywhere. Okay. Find my brush there. Got too many brushes going. maybe right in front of here, we'll put another little layer. That'll help push those trees back a little bit further. Each layer causes more and more depth in your painting, and it just gets deeper and deeper. Okay, now then, time for some big decisions. I'm going to find a bigger fan brush because it's a little bit faster. I'll go back into that same tree color. I'm going to make another tree. That was so much fun. Load it full of color, a lot of paint. Let's go up in here. Maybe, you're right, there it is. There he lives. Little tree lives right there. Hey, that's getting to be a pretty big tree. That's all right. It's our world. We can make a tree any size we want it. Any size we want it. In fact, let's make one even bigger. There. Use just the corner of the brush, and as you work down, push harder and harder, forcing the bristles to bend. We'll separate them with highlights. Right now, we're just looking for basic shapes. That's all. Just take that same color, little round brush here. Maybe there's a little peninsula that sticks right out like that. And if we had all that, we need a reflection, so we might as well just drop it in. Oh, we got the old brush going. There we are. Take a 2-inch brush, grab that, pull it down. Instant reflections. That easy. Let's see here. There's one that's not too dirty. Take a little bit of yellow, a little bit of sap green, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and occasionally I'll probably hit a little bit of the bright red. Okay, tap a little color on the brush, and maybe up in here we'll just have a few little highlights right in there. Let me load a little more color on here so it shows up a little stronger. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. Maybe just make a decision. See there? There's a little bush. It has little yellow flowers on it. And that's just one of those happy accidents. It works sometimes. There. See? We have all kinds of little things out here. Take a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Let's just come in here and put in the indication of a little land. A little touch of brown and white. Come right back. Put in a little bit of highlight on there. We'll take some liquid white, and with that, just cut in indication of a little water line, something like so. Maybe we'll get the small knife. I'll do. Maybe come right up in here. Maybe there's some little stones. See here? They live right out here in the water. Just some happy little stones. Some of that little highlight color, just go across like that. There we are. A little touch of the liquid white. Put some water lines around those little stones. Look at there. There they come. There they are. We'll get the old 2-inch brush here. Maybe. Yep. Let's have some nice big bushy things that live right up in here. There. Be careful. I don't want to cover up my little stones. I like him. Looks like a little way to go across there. All kinds of little things. Just like that. Maybe that comes all the way up there. I don't know. It's up to you. You make the big decisions. There. Back to my brush. It has the greens on it. Let's come right in here. Put the indication of all kinds of little highlights on there. Vary your colors. Little yellow ochre I added right there. Ooh, nice one, nice one. Don't kill all those dark areas though. Sometimes it gets good and you get carried away and you kill all those little dark areas. That's what makes your painting deep. Save those, treasure them. They're your best friends when you're painting. Your absolute best friends. Take care of them. Take care of them, because you always have to take care of your friends. There we go. When Annette and I were traveling for many years, I don't travel and teach much anymore. I got too old. We have too many instructors that do it now. But Annette and I traveled for many years, and we met some of the most fantastic people in the whole world. I still keep in touch with a lot of them after all these years. Now, maybe we'll have some more water down here. So we just grab this, pull it down, and go across. Look at there. See? You just decide where you think water should be and drop it in. We'll come back in here. Put us in a little water line. We could take a small knife, put a few rocks here and there. There's a rock. A little bit of highlight on our rock. Shoot, maybe pull that over a little there. A little more of the liquid white. All right. Come right along like that. This painting has, it's got a lot of planes in it. It just goes back forever. But that's good. I like that in paintings. Let's put a little tree trunk in here. A little brown, a little white. Okay. Find our fan brush. Put some green on it. And we'll come back in here. Put a few highlights in our little evergreen tree so it stands out. Don't want a whole bunch of highlights because evergreens are normally pretty dark anyway. Want to keep them dark. Especially down toward the base. Want them to get darker and darker, darker down toward the base. Now then, let's take bright red, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, making sort of a reddish brown color here. Okay, maybe in our world, let's go up here. This is your bravery test. In our world, there lives, there does now, a big old tree hangs right off the side of this canvas. I'm just putting in some base color so that our lighter color will show. Maybe he's right there. I know. Let's get crazy. Maybe there's another tree over here. There. I know that's scary. After you work so hard to put these things in, then you get up here and some fuzzy-haired crazy guy tells you to drop a big old tree in. I know that's scary. And in your world, if you don't want to put this tree in, you don't put it in. You don't put it in. But if you want to, it's a lot of fun. Let's see here. I'm going to take a little bit of brown, a little brown, little brown, little brown, right there on the fan brush. Put a little white on one side and go. Got to have some kind of tree trunk to hold all that up. Like that. On the other side here, maybe this is an old wiggly tree. There we go. Take our liner brush, a little bit of that same brown color. And we can put an arm or two out here. Wherever you think these old tree limbs should be, up to you. Totally and completely up to you. Here we go. There's some over here. Maybe here's one that's no leaves are on it. Sort of a naked one. There. All right, we can come back. We'll go right into yellow ochre, bright red mixed together. Whew. Nice color. And let's put, isn't that great? Let's put some leaves up here on these trees, just using the corner of the old brush. Just like so. Just like so. If you have trouble making this stick, add a little bit of paint thinner. There we are. If you go on the other side, look at that. Isn't that fantastic? I've painted thousands and thousands of paintings, and it still gets me excited to see this work. I think it's a moment of truth. Let's bring the camera up here and let's take the contact paper off and see what we got. Look at there. Isn't that something? I think we can sign this one. Take a little paint thinner, a little bit of bright red, and we'll sign it. I really hope you've enjoyed it. This is quite a nice little painting. Give you a lot of practice with all the equipment. I think you'll enjoy it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a painting. It's a lot of fun, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what crazy thing I've got going up here today. Today I have plain old canvas here, double prime, pre-stretched, and I've taken a little bit of black gesso with a natural sponge. I like a natural sponge because it has a lot of irregularities in it. And I've just taken black gesso and just sort of gobbed it all over here, just to make all these little things. I think I want to do a little stream today that you can see down into the water and see underneath. So that's why I've done all of that. We let the black gesso dry completely. It's totally dry. Then I went back and covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of liquid clear. And it takes very little of this clear because you can't see it. You have a tendency to almost put too much. Now, I've started here in the center with a little bit of Indian yellow. It's very transparent, just a small amount. Just a little Indian yellow, then sap green. And then I made a mixture of sap green and alizarin crimson, which makes a gorgeous brown, and I went all the way around the edges. And that's all there is to it. Indian yellow, sap green and alizarin crimson around the edges. And that's all. Now this is a very simple painting, and you can do it even if you've never painted. So I tell you what, let me show you how to have just a good time. We're going to start a little bit today with some titanium white. We'll use a little touch of titanium white. There. Just put a little bit on the 2-inch brush. I want to create the illusion of a nice misty area back in the background. So the white is opaque against all this transparent color. But I'm going to use it very sparingly because I still want all these little details to show through. And these little details, they just sort of happen automatically when you take the sponge and go plop, plop, plop. There. So we're just dancing in a little bit of this titanium white. Now you won't see a whole bunch until we get the painting finished, and all of a sudden this will start becoming just gorgeous little misty areas that live all back here in the trees and the bushes. Just fun little places. There. Now you can put too much of this white on, and because it's opaque, it will cover this up totally. I don't want to cover it up. I just want to make it like mist in a nice glowy area that's shining back here. This will be our light source in this painting. There we go. This black gesso is one of the most fantastic things. If you've never painted with it, give it a try. It just makes your painting life so fantastic, and people will wonder how you got all this detail in your painting. Shh. There you go. Maybe a little more of the white. Maybe there's a little mist just floating right out of here. See, just drop it in. We're going to come back and put trees and stuff in there, but this little misty areas, I want some of them to sneak out, to show. I like little paintings that like you deep in the woods and you have all this gorgeous mist. I'm a great hunter. I take my camera and I go out in the woods and just sit and take pictures. And this is the way I get a lot of these ideas. Just go out and talk to a tree, make friends with it. You don't actually have to go talk. Your neighbors and your friends will sort of look at you like you're a little strange, but that's okay. Painters are expected to be a little bit different. There. Okay, something about like that. Wherever. Now then, I have a little bit of that mixture left that I put on the canvas that's alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal parts. About equal parts. I'm just going to put some of that right on the same brush. Okay, let's go back up in here. I want a little dark area right in here. So we'll just take that, put a little area right across there. This is very transparent color, and all of this will still show through. Then I'm just going to blend that up right into the mist. Just blend it up. Isn't that pretty? That crimson and sap green make one of the most gorgeous browns. And you can take it to the green side, or you can take it to the reddish side. Just depends on your mood or what flavor you're trying to achieve for your painting. There we go. All right. But already, I like the way that looks. It looks like light's just zinging through there. I get carried away. Tell you what, let's have a nice tree back here. For that, I'm going to go we'll get some sap green and a little bit of alizarin crimson mixed with it. I'm making sort of a brown this time, but more to the green side. I want it more to the green side. Be right back. I'm going to get a little touch of white in there too. There we go. So, okay, tap a little color in there. Let's go back up in here. Now, I'm going to take this tree here. Let's make a tree out of that. I don't want to kill all this. Just want to put some indications of some big old limbs that live out there. There we go. Here they come. Here they come. There. Let some of them show through. Don't kill them all. There we go. Just maybe right on down like that. I'm just loading a little more color in the brush. Over here, I'm not too worried because I'm going to let that disappear. I'm only worried about this side right now. There we go. Maybe this whole limb pulls a little farther over. There. Okay. Let me grab a little liner brush, a little script liner brush. Go into a little bit of brown, and we'll put a little tree trunk right in there. Now sometimes it's neat when you're doing little tree trunks to take, watch here, let me get a paper towel. Now if you take a paper towel on this wet and very gently just touch it, you can lift that off, but it still leaves that gorgeous impression there. See there? There. And a little of the canvas will show through. And it looks like it's far, far away. It's just one of those little things that'll give you a tree limb. Just gorgeous, gorgeous effects. A little bit unique in a painting. Now then, let me get a little touch of there it is. A little touch of the liquid white, a little bit of yellow, a little bit of sap green. Maybe be right back, get a little touch of white over here too. There, now let's go back up in here. And right on here, I'm going to take and just put the indication of some little highlights that live out in here. Just some little sparklies on the tree. See, they're almost the color of the sky. I don't want them to be very bright. I want them to sort of just sort of hide back in there. There. But isn't that tree trunk neat? I like all those little spots. I hope you can see those. There. Okay. Now while we have that old brush going, maybe back in here we can begin to make out a few little things that are just peeking out right there. Maybe a little light zinging through. Don't want a lot of detail, a lot of shapes too far away. There they are. Just happy little things that live back in there. Add a little touch of the yellow ochre. Here and there, a little bit of Indian yellow. There we go. Just all kinds of little doers. Wherever you think they should be. That's where they should be. Now then, a little bit of the titanium white right on the brush. And very gently, I'm going to bring this misty area right on out. Just let it mist right on out. A little touch more of the white. I want some of these little soft areas just to float right through here. All right. Now then, let me wash a brush. If you painted with me before, you know, this is the fun part of the whole technique, just washing the brush. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. All right. Let's take a little bit of midnight black, some Van Dyke brown. We'll put some dark sienna and crimson in there too. What the heck? Get a little sap green. Just mix them on the brush. Once in a while, get a little blue too. A little touch of the phthalo blue in there. Okay, just tap the brush. Let's go back up in here. I want a tree now that's closer. So for that, I'll use a much darker color. So when we put a light color on it, it'll show up better. There we are. About like that. I don't want to lose all this misty area. It's important to me. I think it's very pretty in there. So don't want to lose all that. I'm going to leave some of it in there. All right, here it comes. Maybe big old thing in here. Just let your imagination go. Let it go. Darker, darker, darker down in here. Maybe here we'll have, let's just push in something that'll end up being some nice big bushes right in here. Once again, I'm trying to save that little spot. I think that's gorgeous in a painting when you have those little misty areas. Just putting in a little dark color here. And wherever. Now let's take a little bit of it and begin pulling down. We'll create the indication of a few little reflections in here. There we go. And gently, gently go across. All right. Shoot, let's go over here on the other side and do the same basic thing. Same colors. I want to have a nice big tree that hangs out over here. There we go. I like these paintings with big trees that hang out over here. Now this area up in here, there's some of that brown that we made with the crimson and the sap green, and it shows through. I want to leave those areas in there and leave them open. Some of them in there are gorgeous. Looks like light shining through the trees. And that black gesso will do that for you automatically. Automatically. You don't have to even worry about it. Now then. Shoot, I tell you what. We'll have some more big old bushes that live right there. Wherever you want them. All we're doing right now is just blocking in some color. We'll come back and begin fixing some of these little things up. But right now, we're just blocking in color. Pull a little of that brown color down, black, whatever it is. There. There we go. But I want to put a little stream in here, and I want it like you can see through the water and see all the little things that live underneath there. Okay, back to my brush that I was using to put the leaves on the tree. Let's get a little bit sap green, a little yellow ochre. Be right back. I'm going to get a little white. A little bit of white. Just sort of bounce back and forth till you get the flavor you're looking for in your painting. Tap the brush. You can see that little line of paint. There's one right on the end of the bristles here, just like it. And that's what we paint with. Let's go up here. Now then, using just the corner of the brush, just the corner, you can begin putting in some detail here. I want to keep this darker than out here. There we go. So it looks like it's more in the shadows. There. Something about like you think about little individual shapes in there. There comes one. Got to make those little noises. It really helps. About like that. I tell you what we need in there. Shoot. Let's put a tree trunk in there. We need a tree trunk. I'll just take a little bit of brown. A little bit of brown on the liner brush. Doesn't show up very well. Put a little white with that brown. Make it a little lighter. Because in our world, we can do anything. There it comes. A wiggledy tree. Oh, wiggledy tree. There, we'll give him an arm or two. There, just sneaking through. I don't know how many's in here. However many you want. In your world, you make the decision. You decide. There we go. But if you have trouble making the paint flow, all you got to do is just add a little bit more of the paint thinner. Don't get too much. There's sort of a happy medium here. All right, maybe on the other side, shoot, who knows, maybe there's a, yep, you're right, big old tree over there too. There, something about like that. Whatever. Put a little highlight on him, blend it in. That looks like a light singing through there and hitting that tree. And we continue with our leaves. Now, put a few more little leaves on here. There. Okay. Right on out in here. But already, it looks like a place where there'd be a lot of mosquitoes living, a lot of little things. But at the same time, there'd be a lot of fantastic little creatures. My little squirrel could live in there. There. I still have a couple of squirrels that I maintain. There. Some of the earlier series, one of our favorite little squirrels was Peapod the pocket squirrel. He lives in my backyard now. We've turned him loose. We turned him loose quite a while back. But he won't go away. He's found out that begging for peanuts and stuff from me is much easier than going out there and working. So I take care of him. In fact, he just put a new hole right through my screen on the patio. And if I didn't like him so much, that'd upset me, but he's my little friend. So he comes to the back door, literally, and begs. And I open the door, he comes in the house, and he'll run all around the kitchen to see what I've got available. If he finds something he likes, that's his. There we go. I say, you don't have to be crazy to do this, but it does help. Something like that. Okay. I'm going to get a 1-inch brush, dip it in a little bit of the liquid white. Go into a little bit of yellow, some sap green, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Now and then I'm going to hit a little touch of that bright red too. Just all those mixed together. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, in here, I want to start, putting the indication of little highlights. Or the lights zinging through there. Touching all these things. Don't want to kill all my dark, though. I just want to put a few things going in there. Darker down here. Just to make it look like big old bushes and small trees, whatever. There, little rabbit's got to have a place to hide down in here. Because he lives down here. It's nice and safe and dark. Put a little black with my color. That'll dull it down. Make a darker green, much darker green. There. All right, on the other side, let's do, some little things right there. Right there. See how easy it is to make all these gorgeous little trees and stuff? There. But work one bush at a time. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it's so important. It's so important. Sometimes it just gets working well, and it's a tendency just to cover up everything with gorgeous little bushes, and then you have nothing. Work it one bush at a time. Do the one that's farthest away and come forward. Shoot, we need to figure out what we're going to have in this painting. I'll tell you what. This is going to be a little stream here. I want some rocks in there. Let me clean off a space to work. Let me put some rocks. Show you a nice way to make some rocks easy. There. Let's take a big bunch of black, a little bit of Van Dyke brown in it, maybe even a little touch of blue. Mostly black though. Put a little crimson in it too, just for flavoring. There. Now, I'm going to go over here and get some paint thinner, and I'm going to thin this. Make it very thin. So I'm just taking paint thinner and just mixing it with it to make the color much thinner. Because our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I'm making a thin paint now. All right, that's getting pretty thin. Something about like that. See, we're just adding thinner and mixing it up. All right, let me wipe the knife. Now then, I want to make a highlight color. I'm going to make rocks. I'm looking for a highlight color. Take a little bit of white, black, mix it together. Looking for a gray, maybe even a little Van Dyke in there. Sort of a brownish gray, a little lighter. Ooh, that's getting pretty nice. Like that. All right, I'm going to go over here now and get some paint thinner. And I'm going to thin this pile of paint down. So all we're doing here is just making some thin paint so we can stick it right on top of that thick paint without becoming a mud mixer. Normally you would have to wait for paint to dry so that you can put layer on top of layer. Here, we just use thick and thin paint. Our original paint is very, very thick, very firm. It's not like traditional paints. In fact, that's the biggest mistake that people make when they're doing this method, is they go out and get a real soft, creamy paint, and when you try to paint paint on paint that's the same consistency, all you do is mix mud. And all of us who've painted have mixed a little mud. All right, I'm going to take the little filbert. We'll start with a filbert. Go right into that thin color. Load both sides of the filbert with thin paint. Over here, pick up some light color on one side. So we have dark on one side, light on one side. Okay, let's go up here. Back in here, we have now some little stones that live back here. See there? In one stroke, you can put both highlight and shadow. Look at that. Isn't that a sneaky way? Look at there. You can just put as many or as few as you want in your world. That easy. Now then, tell you what, I'm going to get the oval brush. It's like a big filbert, only it's 1 inch across. Let's do the same thing. Dark on both sides. This is very thin paint, can't say that enough. Back over here, pull it in one direction only. Right through there. So you just pull it through one time and that'll give you light on top, dark on the other. Let's do it. Go up here. Maybe we have big rocks. See, be brave. There it comes. In one stroke, you can do all these great big rocks. See them living out here? Look at them. Look at them. Rocks used to give me a fit. Shoot, they're easy to do this way. Let's go right in here. Maybe we can see one back in there. There's a big one. Big old rock. Happy Rock. He lives right out there. And maybe a great big rock. Couple of them. But isn't that a super way of making a lot of stones? Look at that. And you have to decide how many stones live in your world. There we go. That's one thing this brush does so wonderfully. Now then, let me go back, get my little 1 inch brush that we were making the bushes with. And I'll add some more of the sap green, a little bit of yellow, all the yellows. Get a little black in there, I want a little darker. Ooh, that's nice. Pull this brush in one direction. See how it rounds one corner? Turn it over so that round corner is to the top. Now let's go up in here. With that round corner to the top, that's how we make these bushes. We'll go in here and just slide a few right in between the rocks, see? See that? Just sneak them in there. Get a little yellow ochre there. I want one that's a little, little sparkler. Lives right there, right there. There. See? And that sort of just fills in the gaps between your rocks. Got little bushies that are living all out here. Sometimes they grow almost right on the rocks. Over on the other side, same thing. Let's put a few over here. There we go. A little more of the, let's try a little yellow ochre on there. Ooh, I like that. There. Something right in here. Maybe there's one that, maybe he grew right down there. See? Over here. There's another happy little bush. He just lives in there. Has a good time. This would be a nice place for a bush to live. Right in here. All right. Now then, take the knife, just scrape through here and there and let a little of the black canvas show through. Look like dark sticks and twigs. I'm going to take the small knife today. A little bit of white. Put the least little touch of phthalo blue in it. Least little touch. Least little touch. Pull it out flat, cut across. That's all there is to it. Least little touch though of phthalo blue, just enough to sort of flavor it. Now I'm going to start working a few little water lines all the way around these rocks. Like that. Here they go. And that's really about all you have to do to make this look like water. Just put a few of these little things right around the stones. See there? This is one of the nicest, easiest ways I have ever found to make some of these gorgeous effects, just like that. There we go. And a few on the other side. Shoot, we'll have a finished painting here. What do you think? Is this one you'd like to try? You know, I'd love to see some photos of your work. So if you have time, drop me a line. Let me know how it's working for you and send me some pictures. There. With that, I think we got a finished painting. We'll call that one done. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. Let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, I'll show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas. I'm using 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. And the liquid white is just designed to make the canvas wet. It's an oil-based medium that makes it wet, that's all. So we're ready to go. Today let's start with our little 2-inch brush, and we'll go right up here into the phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue, it's very, very pretty blue. We'll pull a little bit of that out, just a little phthalo blue. Let's go right up in the sky. And let's just dance in a beautiful little sky using this gorgeous, gorgeous color. There. See, we just work all the way across and then begin blending downward. And automatically, the color will blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And we get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And, as you know, in a landscape, that's exactly what we're looking for. We want the color to get lighter toward the horizon. There we go, something about like that. And then very gently we can just go across to take out the little brush strokes. But notice intentionally I have left some little light areas in here. That will come out looking like little clouds in the sky, or little wispy things that just float through the air. And what the heck, let's have a little water in this one. Let's take a little bit of the phthalo blue. I might even add a touch, a very small amount, of the phthalo green and a little bit of black just to darken it. Okay, let's go back up in here. So I say maybe we'll have some water in here. I don't know exactly where it's going to be, but wherever, we'll already have our blue color down. And we just put water wherever we want it, and where it's not supposed to be, we'll just paint right over it, no big deal. There, because as you know, we don't make any mistakes. We have some happy accidents sometime, and we learn to work with those. Okay, now then, let me wash the old brush. I just like to get even with the camera people, and this is my time. All right, shake it off, and we got them. All right, that's the most fun part of this whole thing. If you want to put the indication of a happy little cloud in the sky, you could just take and tap a little white on your brush. I don't want big clouds in this painting, I don't think, just a little. Be right back. Put a little touch of pink in there, just to warm it up. And you could go up in here, and as I say, if you wanted a cloud indication, you could do it just by doing something like this. A little bit of white with a touch of pink in it. But I don't want a lot of clouds in this painting. I think today, tell you what, let's try doing some fantastic mountains, something that's a little different and give you a little challenge in your life, and I think you'll enjoy it. There, I just pull those and blend them a little bit. And that's a nice way of making little wispy, soft clouds. There we go. And we're in business. And we get to wash the brush again. There. And we're back. All right, today, let's see. Let's take some midnight black, alizarin crimson, more crimson, maybe a little touch of the phthalo blue in it too. I want something in the reddish lavender hue. Shoot, let's get crazy. This is our world, and we can do anything in our world that we want. Cut off a little roll of paint, have it living right on the edge of the knife. Come right up in here. Maybe we got a big mountain, we do now, lives right there. Just where, let's have a lot of mountains. Let's play with some mountains today. Push that paint right into the fabric. Just get right in there and push it in. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities, and there's another one. Just get up in there and push it in. The only thing we're concerned with is this nice top edge. We don't even care what's happening down below, at least at this point. Maybe down through here. We'll have another one here. I didn't know we was going to make a whole range of mountains, but that's okay. Sometimes it starts working good and you just don't know when to stop. Okay, now let me get a big brush. I want to grab this and pull it. I do this always nearly in mountains because it does two things. It removes excess paint and it blends that color down. It's mixing with the liquid white and automatically it gets lighter toward the base. And in the landscape, that's what we're looking for. There. And you can sort of use brush strokes here to figure out angles and highlights in your mountain. You can see these things. I don't know if they show up well on TV, but you can see them. And it's a super way of laying out your whole mountain without being committed in the least. There, just using the brush strokes. When you paint, you'll understand if you can't see it. Sometimes it's hard to make out on television. There. About like that. Okay, then we get to wash the brush again. That's really what I want to do today. This is your lesson in brush washing. We're ready now. Today, let's take titanium white, put a little bright red in it. Just don't want too much. Bright red is so strong, eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. There we go. Maybe I'll put a little of that mountain color we used in there to dull it down so it's not quite so bright. Yeah, that's better. I like it better. Sometimes it can get so bright it hurts your eyes. Have to wear sunglasses when you paint. There. Okay. Now, let's go this direction today. I just want a little hint. I don't want a bright mountain today. I just want a little hint of color in here. Very gentle, very gentle. See? Just decide where these things are and let them go. There we are. Okay. There. Get that edge a little better. See there? Very gentle though. Just barely caressing the canvas. Barely caressing it. I made that a little brighter because in my mind maybe the light's zinging right through there. There we go. And if one's brighter than you want it, just rub it a little bit. It'll go away. It'll go away, no problem. A little bit over in here. Something about like that. All right. Now then, have to start making some big decisions. Where's all these things at? There. Just play with color. Painting is so much fun when you play with color. And you can make any kind of world you want. It can be real, it can be fantasy, it can be something that exists only in your mind. And maybe that really is, ooh, I hit a little blue there. Let's use it. See, that's one of them happy accidents. I like it. There. See, we can just do that. That'll create a nice, soft, misty little effect down there. Just using the knife to blend. There, see how soft that looks? All right. Now, take a little white, a little touch of the Prussian blue. Prussian blue is quite dark. Maybe I'll even put a little black in it. Ooh, that's good, that's good. Not much though, not much. I want the least little hint. We'll go right up in here. We'll just put the least little hint here. I don't want a lot of shadow color in this. Just some here and there. Maybe a little bit lighter just so it shows up there. How's that? There we go. Maybe over in here, just a little touch. There. This painting will give you a lot of practice using the knife and making some big old mountains that are gorgeous. I'll just jump back and forth between highlight and shadow here, and in places let them mix together. It's all right. You can do anything that you want here. Any old thing that you want. There we go. Make another little bump right there just by doing something like that. See, it makes a nice deep area in there. I'm going to take a little yellow ochre, least little touch of bright red in it. And I want the least little touch maybe here and there of some orangey color. Don't want much, just the least little touch right in there. There. See there? just to warm it up a little here and there. Back over in here, we need a little something back in this little goober. There it is. All right. There. I have one of my favorite people in the world is my Aunt Susie, who lives in Georgia, and she's all the time saying there's a little goober right there. I think a little goober means a little peanut. In Georgia, a goober is a peanut. There we go. All right. And we can just put these wherever. Okay. Little highlights and shadows. Now you can spend a lot of time just playing like this and putting in all kinds of little nice things wherever you want them. A little dark color here and there. And then just take and sort of work them in. Looks like all kinds of things that are happening in your mountain. Boy, them some rugged looking old rascals already. There. See there? Just sort of blend them with a knife. There, I'm just really pushing very hard. You can probably hear how hard I'm pushing on the canvas. A little bit of that shadow color and just blending it in. There we go. Don't want to spend the whole show just playing with mountains, but I thought you'd like to see some mountains that are a little different and a little more fun. Sometimes these are just something different to do. There. I like to put these little dark areas in because it makes all kinds of nice things. There we are. Something like that. I won't put a little. But by now you should see how we make them. I want to introduce you to a fantastic lady while I'm finishing up this little mountain. You know, I tell you, I work with a lot of the rehab people all over the country. This lovely lady's name is Cindy, and she's right outside of Orlando, Florida. And she allowed me to come out and film some of her animals. And this is a little sandhill crane. And they think when it was in the egg, its neck got twisted up. And it probably will never be able to be released. But gorgeous ladies like Cindy devote their whole life to just taking care of God's little creatures like this. She has all kind of creatures out there. If you saw the owl earlier, that belonged to her. That's a baby that she's getting ready to release. Probably by the time you see this, he'll be out and living on his own someplace, having a good time. But I have the greatest admiration for people who devote their whole lives to them. Now see, here's Cindy showing me the biggest squirrel I have ever seen in my life. This is called a Sherman fox squirrel. I think they're quite rare. There's not many of them left. I'm just tapping the bottom of the mountain here. There's not many of them left. And she has one that is so tame that he's just unbelievable. He is gorgeous. His name's Little Bit. I don't know, there's nothing little about him. He's as big as a small kitty cat. There. All right. Look at the tail on this rascal. He is something else. As I say, his name is Little Bit. But isn't he something else? There. Okay. That's about all I'm going to do on these mountains. That's a very simple little mountain to do. I think you'll like it. And it's a little bit different than some of them that we've done. Tell you what, let's take, what do we got? Black. Prussian blue. Phthalo green. I like phthalo green. Put it right in there and put some crimson in with it. Ooh, a lot of nice, rich dark color. Let's make some trees. Grab the old fan brush. And we just fill it full of color. A lot of color in it, both sides. Okay, let's go right up here to the canvas. Big decision time in our world. Does now. Lives a happy little tree. I'm going to push upward. Make little pushy up trees. Just use a corner of the brush, push upward. That phthalo green in there just gives it a nice little effect. I like that. I like that. You can use sap green in there, phthalo. It's up to you. Sometimes I use sap green, sometimes I use phthalo. Depends on what your mood is, what flavor you're looking for. Painting is such an individual thing. Even from day to day, my mood changes. What turns me on one day may turn me off the next. There. That's why painting is so fantastic. It's one of the few things that you never seem to get bored with. Because if you painted for 1,000 years, you know that your next painting is going to be your masterpiece. And I hope you're plagued with this discontent. And by discontent, I mean, I hope you're plagued with never in your life being satisfied with the painting that you do. Because as long as you're not totally satisfied, then you'll continue to strive to be better, and you learn from each experience. And I really believe that if you painted for 1,000,000 years, there'd be one more thing that you could learn. There. I've painted since I was about 19 years old. Did my first oil painting when I was about 19. And to this day, I have not even scratched the surface. As I travel all over the country, I like to go to museums and look at some of the fantastic works that artists have done for a long time. One day I hope to see an original painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He, to me, is the greatest painter who has ever lived. He's just my personal hero. I think the man was just so gifted, not only in painting, but in engineering, thinking about anything he tried. There we go. I'm just painting these little backwards here, so we'll pull them down in a second, and we'll have some little reflections going right in there. There they are. There. All we're looking for is just basic shape. Okay, clean, dry, 2-inch brush, grab it, pull straight down, gently. See there? Those basic shapes remain, then go across. That easy. That easy. Maybe in our world back here, I'm going to take some black and some Van Dyke brown. Maybe we had some nice stones that live back here. So we'll put in some dark color first. Something like that, doesn't matter. Then we'll come back, take a little bit of white, a little bit of dark sienna, maybe even a touch of the yellow ochre in there. There. Just various colors here. I'm just looking. Ooh, got a little blue in it too. That's all right, I guess. Doesn't much matter. And just barely cut. Just let the knife sort of graze here and there. And don't cover it all up. Just let it bounce and touch and find little places. The paint's thick. It'll pick out little places in there. All right. I got several fan brushes. I'm going to grab another one, put some sap green, some Indian yellow, yellow ochre, all the different yellows and greens in here. Something like that. Let's go up in here. And there and here and here and there. I'll pop in, just pushing upward, a few little bushy areas that live right along in here. Maybe there's a bush lives there. See, there he is. You put them wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Take a little bit of brown and white on the knife. Put the indication here and there of a little trunk, stick. You can scrape right through. Put in a few things like that. Back to our brush that has the green on it. There we are. Make it a little darker. We come back in here and pop in a few little highlights. Don't want many. I want this to remain quite dark back in here. There. Just a few. There's one. See, a few little highlights on some of these little trees. I want it to stay dark, though. I like that back here. There, pushing upward, though, just bending it upward. All right. Shoot, we're coming right along here. A little liquid white. There. Cut across. Let's come right in here and put the indication of a little water line. Something that, actually it's just a light color that breaks up between these two dark areas. There. See, just run it across like that. Something like that. There. All right. Okay, time to get serious here. Got to do the other side. I like doing them big stones. And our world. You ready? Here we go. Big stone lives right there. Big stone. This is just brown, black, something like that. We go back to the little highlight color that we had. Just sort of let that follow right around and just barely graze it. Just barely graze it. Just let it pick up on the high parts of that paint. Paint's very thick. Just worry about basic shape here. That's all. That's all we're worried about. I'm going to put some big trees and stuff in there anyway, so we don't have to worry too much. Might even cover up part of it. Pull some of it down. Make us a little reflection. Lives right there. Let's see here. Let's make another big tree over on this side. I don't want it left out. Okay. Let's start right here. Make a big tree. I'm pushing upward using that same tree color that I used before. There. Make a big, strong tree. Not all of them have big points. Maybe we'll have one here that maybe his top's not so sharp. That happens with evergreens. I've seen some that are just look like they got broke when they were a baby. There. We'll bring it right in front of the rock. There we go. Now then we'll give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody should have a friend, even a tree. There we go. Because I like trees. I like trees. I spend a lot of time out in the woods just looking and studying trees. There we go. Something. Oh, let's see here. Tell you what. Let's just fill all this in with some dark stuff. Maybe we'll have some nice grassy areas right here. I don't know. If you put it in, then you're going to do something with it. Doesn't much matter. Because we can do anything here. We can change anything. We can add, subtract, just figure out where you want it to be reflections, where you want it to be ground, and do it. Just do it. Take a little brown and white, and maybe here and there in this old tree you can see a little trunk. A little bit over in here. Get our brush that had the fan brush that had the green on it. And we can go back in here and just pop the indication here and there of some gorgeous little highlights in this tree. There. This one has a little more yellow ochre in it. There we go. So it's a little different flavor. Just change the flavor a little bit. All right. The other little tree needs something too. Don't want much on him because he's probably behind that one. All right. And maybe we'll just let me dip it into a little touch of the paint thinner. We'll go into a little of that green color we have here. And all the yellows, a little bright red here and there. Tap a little color into the brush. Maybe there's a little grassy area. Yep, you're right. Lives right there. See it? Just a happy little area. This is a nice place just to kick your shoe off and run through the grass here with bare foots. I like to do that. Just all kinds of little things going on in here. Wherever. See, you make the decision where those things are. Something about like that. Tell you what, let's grab the old 1-inch brush. We'll get crazy. Got a second left here. We'll go right into some yellow ochre. I want a nice tree. Lives right there. And we can use just plain yellow ochre because we already have some dark back here. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right there. And he's got a friend that lives right here. See, something like that. And take a little brown and just put a few little indications of some trunks in there, like that. Shoot, we're coming along pretty good here. Okay, take a little bit of the liquid white. Let's just come in here, put on a little water line, something like so. Shoot, I think we're about to have a finished painting. It's a very easy painting. I hope you try it because it's a good study in doing mountains. Scratch in a few little sticks and twigs, and your masterpiece is finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad to see you today. I thought maybe today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, a little easy one that you can do. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here. Today I have my regular old 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas. And I've taken a piece of contact paper or any adhesive back paper and just cut an oval, stuck it right on the canvas. Then I've covered the inside of it with black gesso. We allowed the black gesso to dry completely. And then we came back and I put a little piece of tape right here so I'll have a straight horizon. From here up, I've covered it with liquid clear, very thin coat, and taken phthalo blue and put here. From here down, liquid clear, phthalo blue, and phthalo green. I want the water to have a little green cast to it. So I put a little phthalo green in the bottom. Otherwise, it's just phthalo blue all over. We put the liquid clear on there, though, because it makes that color so much easier to put on, and it's almost like a glaze. I don't want too much. So let's have some fun. We'll start out with a little teeny 2-inch brush and a little bit of titanium white on it. I don't need much, just a small amount. Something about like that. Okay? Now then, we'll go up in here and very gently begin making our little crisscross strokes. Now this is a fantastic painting to do for friends and relatives, and don't tell them you put color up here and they just see you take white paint and start doing this, and all of these gorgeous, gorgeous colors appear and they'll think it's magic. There we go. Don't tell them any different. That's our secret. Shh. All right. There we go. Just want a little background color. I'm going to come in here and put in some big old clouds, but I'm looking for a little background color now. That's all. That's all. There we are. So just make little criss strokes like that. And very lightly go over it. Now you can make this as light as you want it just by adding white. I don't want it to be too light though, because I'm going to put some clouds that I want to show up. But if you want it lighter, just take a little more of the white. And go right in there. Put it in. Okay. Now then, I'm going to clean the brush because I want it to be nice and fresh and put some more white on it. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. Now then, I'm going back into titanium white. Just going to tap some into the bristles. It don't matter how you load it. Shoot, any old way you can get it on there. Let's go up in here. And maybe our little clouds, maybe they just live just taking the corner of the brush and making little circular patterns. See, just take the top corner and make little circular patterns. That's all we're looking for. There. Load a little more color on the brush. And in our world, yep, you're right. There's another little cloud. Lives right there. Work in layers though. Do one cloud at a time. So you got a darker edge here than you do at the top of this one. That's what we're looking for. Now then, let me grab our little blender brush. Very, very soft hair. Very soft. Just caresses the canvas. Very gentle. Very gentle. See there? Then you can blend right over that. Lift it, fluff it, and you can take it to any degree of brightness that you want. And that's all we need to make a little cloud. We'll blend this little one here. Just blend in the bottom of it. Now this blender brush has a round handle, so it's easy to spin around and to make all these little things happen. There. Very lightly. Just barely grazing the canvas. Okay. Now a little more white. I want another cloud in my world. I think, yep, you're right. Here comes one. But we finish those that are behind it first, and then come along and put the ones here in the foreground. There they are. A little more color. Okay, look at that. But you can make clouds with just a big old 2-inch brush and a little blender brush. That's all it takes. Shoot. Or you can do it with a fan brush. It doesn't matter. Whatever. There. Okay, back to my little blender. And there we go. Yeah, just blend it a little bit. Like that. Something like so. Okay, then we'll fluff it a little. And off we go. There. Okay. And as I say, in your world, you put as many layers of clouds as you want, or as few. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shoot, maybe we'll put one more right down here at the horizon. There. The only thing that little piece of tape does there, it'll make your horizon nice and straight. Nice and straight. And that's very nice sometimes. There we are. Okay, let me grab my little blender brush. And we'll just blend that right together again. As I say, this little blender brush, as my father used to say, it's tender as a mother's love. It's a very soft little brush. I asked him to make this one for me because the other ones they're a little stiffer for working with that old tough, hard paint. And this allows us to do some things that we couldn't with the other one. There. And very soon Annette's going to have her flower book out, and she's going to show you how to make fantastic flowers with this. There. All right. Okay. And that easy, we got a pretty good looking little sky. There. All right, now let's carefully take off this little piece of tape here. And see, we have a very straight horizon then. That easy. And we can take a clean brush and just push a little bit of that color right up to the horizon. Because there was no color, no paint right under the tape. Now there is. There we go. And we have color all the way up there. I just wanted the excuse to wash the brush. There we are. Okay, have to make some big decisions in our world. Let me grab a fan brush. Maybe back in here, let's take some phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, make a nice lavendery color. There, there's both sides of the brush full of color, a little more crimson. Whew, there, that's good. Let's go up in here. Maybe there's a big old, what do they call them, headlands that comes out here like that. Big old rocket projects out into the water. There. Far away though. Not looking for a lot of detail in this one. It's too far away. Big rascal though. He lives back here. Way back in the distance somewhere. All right. There he comes. As I say, now this is a very simple little seascape we're going to do today. Even if you haven't painted many, this one you can do. I'm going to take a little red, a little bit of that yellow we had, and just sort of mix them together. Red and yellow, make a little orangey color. Just sort of to highlight that a little bit. I don't want a lot of detail back here, because of that detail, it'll absolutely destroy our illusion of distance and make it look like it's far away. So don't overdo this. Put a few little things in here and there and let it go at that. Let it go at that. There. See there? This is a little place that you can come and walk down here and get right up against the ocean and look at it and watch the dolphins play. I live in Florida and spend a lot of time in Daytona Beach, and there's some of the most gorgeous little dolphins there that play. And the manatees. If you've never seen a manatee, they're one of the neatest little animals. Not little animals, now that I think about it, they're huge, but they're the most gentle creature God's ever made, I think. Gorgeous things. There. A little white just to sparkle that here and there. There. Okay, we'll wash that old brush. Now maybe in our world, there's some water back there. We better make a big decision though. We have to decide where if we're going to have a little crasher wave in here, where it's going to live. Put a little white on a filbert. Come right up in here. Now, let's decide, maybe our little crasher waves way back in the back. And I like to just sort of take the brush and put in a basic little shape here, so I know about where he's going to be, and I can paint around him a little bit. So let's just say he's right there. That's just to give us a little idea of where our wave's going to live. Okay. Get the old brush dried off a little there. I'm just drying that brush on a little paper towel. Okay, back to our fan brush. Now then, back in here, there's going to be some other waves that are just living. Just decide where you think they are. put in some basic little shapes. Way back in here, I'm just going to touch and start. Let me exaggerate. I'm making motions like that. Okay, but I'm exaggerating. They're much smaller. So automatically it begins to give the appearance of little waves way back in the background there. And we know this one here is going to come over like that. So we can go ahead and put some of that in just to give us an idea. Make those little noises. Think about water crashing. Here it comes. Just let it fall over. Now then, with a clean fan brush, I want to grab some of that little color. This fan brush is clean because I just want to pull some of that back. We're going to come back with a little liner brush and put in some little details. But this is just pulling some of that color back on this black canvas. This black gesso is wonderful for doing things like this. Just absolutely wonderful. Look at that. That color just jumps out at you. It's exciting. And already you're beginning to see the little choppiness of the water back here. Isn't that neat? All right, wash the old brush off. Now then, have to start making some big decisions. I'm going to take some white, put a little touch of the cad yellow in it. Little touch. So we got white and yellow. And I'm using the number 3 fan brush. You could use the filbert or number 6, whatever. It's up to you. And I'm just going to roughly, real strong, scrub in some color right there. I want this to be the eye of the wave. Let it sort of twinkle off like that. Now you can do that several times to make it brighter. Just to make it brighter, like so. Now, going back to my little blender brush, the one that's so soft, and come right up in here, use just the corner of it, and just begin blending that. Blend it, blend it, blend it. I mean, you can make this look as soft as silk. So gorgeous. Just blend it. Notice the hair is hardly turning. It's the handle that you're just going around in circles with. Soft, soft, soft. Right on out to nothing. There. Something like that. And then we just blend it right on out. Isn't that a beautiful color? It's just phthalo green and phthalo blue under there, and the little white and yellow you put on top of it. That's all. Now, let's redefine this a little bit. I want that just to crash right over. We don't want it just perfectly straight. This old wave's having a hard time in his life. Back to our filbert, I'm going to take a little bit of lavender. So that's just a little alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue mixed together. Put it on the filbert brush here, about like that. Let's go right up in here. And with that, let's put some nice foamy things that are happening. As I say, it helps to make those little noises. Your friends will look at you like you're a little strange, but that's all right. Painters are expected to be a little different. So it's all right. It's all right. And those little noises, they really help me. I don't know if they help you, but they help me sort of, in my mind, see these little things. Okay, let me wipe the old brush and clean it off. There. Now I'm going back into the titanium white. And right above that, I'm going to do the same thing. I want those nice, sparkly little edges right up on top of that foam. Here they come. There. Give it a little push. Bend it. There we go. You could do this too with a fan brush. Today I thought I'd do it with a filbert, but it's up to you. Put in just some basic little splashies. Then we'll go back, get our little soft blender brush very gently. This is where this little brush really works miracles, because you can go right over this wet, thick paint without it all blending together. And you can just soften that, just as delicate. Look at that, look at that. Just using the corner of this little blender though. So soft, so gentle. Look at there. Ooh, get excited. It's pretty. All right. Now then, let's find us a knife here. Maybe we'll have some stones out here in our water. I think we need a stone or two. Back up a little bit, take a look-see, and decide where the stone lives in your world. Right here, we have a nice stone. Just Van Dyke brown. I'm gonna get crazy. Van Dyke brown. There's a little dark sand in there too. Maybe there's another stone here. We'll just have that wave crashing back here. There, take a little bright red, a little dark sand and mix them together. All right, a little touch of white in it just to brighten it up a little. Now then, very gently, just let the knife graze gently. Just put a few little highlights on this stone so it stands out here. See there? Decide where they live in here. There. Just vary. I put a little lavender in there. I'm going to vary some of the colors. Just let the knife bounce and play. Make it look like old, tough, mean rocks that live out there. So let's see now. Once again, seascapes sometimes will give you a hard time. But this one is one that you can do. It's a nice little rascal. It's not too hard. And the black canvas, it makes it so much better, so much easier. A little bit right out here. And this one's going to be a colorful one. I want some color today. It's a wonderful day. And color makes you feel good. Just makes you feel good. Let me wash my little brush here. Small fan brush. Put a little paint thinner. I'm going to go right into a little titanium white. We'll be right back. Get a little phthalo blue in it. There, a little phthalo blue. And maybe in our world, I put a little paint thinner in there so it'd be just a little thinner. And now we can just flow that right over the top so it looks like water's just flowing all through there. There. A little bit, maybe there's water dripping all through here. Because if this rock was out here with all this going on, I'm telling you, there would be water dripping off of it everywhere. See it? There it comes. There it comes, going right on out here. We need some on this old big rock over here too. Waves are crashing on it, splashing and carrying on. Yeah, all kinds of things happen to it. But just let that flow right off there. Shoot, maybe in our world, maybe there's even water coming from way up. I don't know. Now, if you have a lot of time, try doing this with a liner brush, because you can put in a lot more detail. A lot more detail when you have a lot of time. Least little touch of the white on the brush here, and let's make a big decision. Maybe there's something that lives right there, and we'll just blend it back. There. See, right up in between there. There we go. But isn't that color something else? I love these black canvases because color just appears. Excuse me, I get excited about this. I'm sorry. There, see, just blend it back. And what you're trying to save is the dark areas. You could really care less about the rest of it. It's the dark areas you're trying to save. They become the goodies in between. Maybe there's another one right in here. Just all kinds of little things are happening. See there? Keep these strokes pretty flat though. There, maybe, I know, we'll have a stone right up in the front, so let's not worry about it. Let me find my liner brush. Put it into a little paint thinner. We'll go into a little bit of that light blue, and let's begin highlighting some of these little things. Putting all kinds of little doers in there. Now these are the things that'll make your painting special. Spend a lot of time working with these. All these little foam patterns that happen in here. Here sometimes they come down, but they begin creating form and shape in here. All those little things. Okay. And back in here. See, they just climb right up. That's what shows the shape. A little darker color right on the brush. Sort of outline that. That'll make it stand out. And then bring some of them back. Little fish plays in there sometime. There. Now I'm going to go right into that yellow and white mixture. And let's brighten some of these back here. let's just begin to brighten some of those. Make them shine in the sun. There. See there? All those little things. Oh, they just play in there and have fun. And maybe light's coming right through here and right there. It's another little... Just think where light would come in. Put some little highlights in there. Makes your painting shine. Makes it exciting. People look at it and... Not that we're interested in selling paintings, but color a lot of times sells a painting as well as content. There we go. Just let those little rascals happen. We said we was going to put a stone down here, didn't we? I just keep messing around and putting all these in. Okay, I'll put a stone down there. Take a little Van Dyke brown. A little bit of black into it. I want a good strong stone, maybe. Old stone just lives right here on the edge. Something like that. Take a little bit of that highlight color. Just let it sort of bounce along here. Play a little bit. And then come back with our phthalo blue. Drip a little water over it. We got to have a little water on it. Everything in here should be wet. There. And we can pull a little bit back in here. Back to my liner brush. I'm just sort of jumping back and forth here as I see things. There we go. Bring it back and we have some little doers in here. Like so. All kinds of little things. As I say, when you're at home and you have unlimited time, you can just get in here and put all these little rascals in. They are so gorgeous. All right. Something like that. But seascapes can be one of the most fun things to paint. The black canvas will give you a whole new dimension in seascapes that normally you don't have. All right. You can take a little touch. Well, we just use a little black. Little black. We can go up here and maybe in our world there's doop, doop, maybe like a little M bird. I call them M's because it's like making M's. Little seagull that's way back here in the distance. Give them 3. Mama, pop head, and a little baby one. I'll take a little more of that phthalo blue. I want to just put a few little drippy downs on here. Phthalo blue and titanium white. Just little drippy downs where water's going. That helps form your rock. There. But the paint needs to be very thin because you have a lot of paint up here. So put a lot of paint thinner with it. A lot of paint thinner. Just makes it flow right off there. Something like that. We need some over on the other side. Don't want him left out. About like that. Wherever you think they should be. But that's basically a nice way of doing a very effective little seascape. I think the moment of truth is here, though. Let's bring the camera up and let's take the old contact paper off here and take a look and see if we need to piddle around with anything. Look at that. There it comes. But isn't that a nice way of doing a little seascape? Shoot, I tell you what, let's do. Let's just load a little bit of bright red on here. We'll just sign this one, call it done. But when you're painting seascapes, give this black gesso a try. I think you're going to find it one of the most exciting mediums that you've ever ran into. It will paint half your painting for you before you even get started. And I think in one of the paintings we showed you how you could use the gesso to do underpaintings and then just come back and glaze them. It works for this too. Give it a try. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to see some photos of your success. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a painting that just has a lot of color in it, one that'll make you feel good inside. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, but you use any size that you want. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of liquid white. So the canvas is all wet and we can literally blend color up there. So let's do it. We'll start with our little tiny 2-inch brush today. We'll go right into a small amount of the Indian yellow, just a very small amount. We'll go right up here in the sky and just do something like that. That's all there is to it. Just make little crisscross strokes, something like that. Okay, now without cleaning the brush, I'll go right into a little bit of yellow ochre. Just right into it. Don't even have to clean the brush. Little yellow ochre. It's sort of a golden color. There. Once again, without cleaning the brush, a little touch of the bright red. Be careful with the bright red. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous color, but it is so strong. Whew. One tube would turn the whole Atlantic Ocean red. Be very careful with it. Don't need much. There we go. And we just sort of blend that around like that. There. That's pretty already. Shoot, I like that. Now then, for the rest of the sky, tell you what, let's do the rest of the sky in, let's use a lavender color. We'll just brush mix it here. I'll use a little phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, proportionately, much more crimson than blue, because crimson's a weak color compared to the blue. All right, let's go up in here. Now then, I just want to sort of dance this around a little bit. Just let it play and bounce here and there and there and here. There, just wherever. Sometimes it goes to the red side, sometimes to the blue. It doesn't matter. There we are. Gorgeous colors. Now then, maybe I'll touch a little phthalo blue and just hit it here and there up toward the top. Don't want that blue against the green or the yellow here, or we'll get green. Then we'll wash the brush. That's the most fun part of this whole procedure. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. Now then, clean, dry brush. Let's begin blending these colors together. Just blend them together. There, because the liquid white's under there, you can literally move and blend color. And that's exactly what we're doing. I'm just beating the brush to remove any paint that I've picked up without going through the whole cleaning procedure. In layman terms, that's called laziness. There. Just didn't want to bother cleaning the whole brush. Maybe something about like that. Now then, today, let's put some clouds up here in the sky. We're going to have a sky that's just gorgeous, shiny, bright, a lot of color in it. There we go. I usually wipe the old brush against a paper towel to be sure I've got all the excess paint removed off of it. Let's have a big cloud. For that, I'm going to go into the titanium white. I'll be right back. Don't go away. There. Put a little bright red with it. Shoot, let's make a firecracker, sparkler. Go up in here. Maybe in our world there lives a big old cloud right up in here. It just sort of floats around, has a good time all day. You know, clouds are one of the freest things in nature, I believe. So just let them go. Shoot, let them have fun. Let them have fun wherever you want them. Let them go. There. Maybe, I don't know. Just decide where these clouds live in your world and put them in. Put them in. And don't just try to copy what we're doing here. Shoot. This is a very free style of painting. We don't use any patterns. We don't trace anything. We just let it happen. And that really is the beauty of all this. We'll just put a little bit down in here. But notice I'm not covering up all this nice yellow color. I want some of it to show through the cloud. There. Maybe over in here there's some more. Whatever. Now today, I'm going to get our little our little soft blender brush. Very gentle, soft little brush. And just blend the base of that out a little bit. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Barely touching. Just caress the canvas a little. There we go. Something about like that. And you can fluff it a little bit, blend it. There. Little old cloud, or shoot, it's a big old cloud. It's just sitting right up there in the sky. Now then, we can take, I'll just use the blender because this blender is sort of unique. You can paint with it. I'm going to put a least little touch of that bright red on there. A little bit of white with it. Just begin putting in all kinds of gorgeous little things that just float around. There they go. There they go. Reach over here and get a touch of that lavendery color we were using. Just a least little touch. There. See, this blender is so soft, you can just get in here and work all this color without it all blending together. Of course, if you blend it long enough, it will just blend together. But you can put all these things in there just by doing that. Maybe there's one. Go back to my pinks every once in a while. It's up to you. Up to you. Wherever you think it should be. There we go. See, all kinds of little things. Least little touch of the phthalo blue maybe. Ooh, that's nice. Be careful that you don't hit that yellow though. Or we'll have a brilliant green sky. And we're not looking for that. Not in this particular painting. Maybe sometimes, but not now. Not now. There's a nice little cloud floating right there. All right. A little bit of bright red and white again. And maybe up here in our sky, let's just put, while we have this old brush working so well, let's just put the indication of some little floaters around in here. Just enough to break it up. See? Just little floaters. There. Something like that. Wherever you make the decision. But isn't that brush fantastic for doing things like that? Or you can paint right over that firm paint that we already have up there. Maybe over in here we got a little more. Very soft, gentle, quiet. There. All right. I get carried away sometime. Okay. Now maybe, I tell you what, maybe in our world, maybe, let me grab a fan brush. There's one. Let's take a little bit of that lavender color that was just phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, right on the fan brush here. And maybe, let's go up in here. All right, let's do this. Let's put a nice dark cloud in here. That contrast it'll sparkle. It'll absolutely sparkle. There. Maybe we'll put a wild shape on this one. There we go. Got a little bump, lives right there. When I was a kid, I used to sit around and my brother and I, we'd look at clouds and we'd pick out all kinds of shapes. We'd see the mean old witch or the candy man or whatever. And they all lived in the clouds. You can see all kinds of shapes in there if you just spend a little time and study it, and you got a good imagination. All kinds of things. Back to my little blender. Now then, just softly blend this a little. Don't have to do it much. And you can just bring it all together. Looks like that old cloud just sort of floats right around the corner there. Just like that. There we go. All right. Come right on out like that. Shoot, maybe there's some nice things happening down here. Just take that color that you picked up and use it. Let these things happen. Let them happen. And very lightly. That's where the blender brush really works well. And sometimes you can take a little of that bright red and white, and you can put a few little highlights up here just to dull everything down so it's not quite as distinct. A few little areas right along in here somewhere so you can make out a little detail in this cloud. Don't want much though. We don't want to lose that gorgeous darkness. It really works in this painting. I like that darkness. There. Something about like that. Now sometimes, let's take some pure titanium white. Maybe in our world, maybe the sun lives right behind that big cloud there. So we can just take pure titanium white, and I'm just going to use the knife. You could take your finger or you could take a brush, but I want to push forcibly some white paint right into there. I want this to be very bright. I'm just going to go right over that and I'll put it back in if I decide I want it, because we don't make mistakes. There. Now, we can take our blender brush and very gently just blend that right in, and that'll end up being a nice, gorgeous, bright spot in our painting when it's done. See there? Just blend it all together. Look at that. See that contrast? It just jumps right out at you. And that's what we're looking for. There. Shoot. Tell you what, while we got the old blender brush going, watch here, watch here, watch here. Let's take a little bit of that nice lavender color. And let's paint in maybe the indication of just a happy cloud that lives right here. Very soft, very soft. Very, very soft. See, we're just working in layers. I want this cloud to look like it's in front of that. So put the other thing in, the thing is farthest away in first, and then begin working forward, forward, forward. That's all you have to do. There it is. There it is. We just let it work right on around. See there? I get excited when I see these. They turn me on. There. I like to play with color. A little bit of the bright red and white. Just vary these colors. Just vary them back and forth and around and around and around. Something like that. I'm going to put in several little clouds here. You know, one of the earlier shows, I showed the biggest squirrel that I had ever seen. I'm going to put him up and let you see him again while I'm just going to be dropping in some of these little things. I won't do anything you don't see. But this rascal is something else. I have never seen a squirrel this big. This is called a Sherman fox squirrel. And he's as big as a small kitty cat. And very docile, very quiet little squirrel. And this one is quite a pet. He belongs to my friend Cindy, one of the rehab ladies that lives around Orlando there. And she takes care of him. She's turned him loose several times, and he won't go away. He's sort of like one of my squirrels that I have. I keep turning him loose too, and he comes back. But now this squirrel's big enough, he knocks on the door and comes on in. There we go. But isn't he something? I like these animals. I really like to play with them. I'm just coming right along here and putting in all kind of little things. Then we can just sort of blend this entire thing. All right. But isn't that a dynamite sky? Now, I tell you what, if you have a room in your home that's sort of dull and blasé, you do a painting like this and hang at it, and when you walk in the room, the color will jump on you. Makes you feel good. I get carried away, I'm sorry. Let's have a little something down here on the bottom. Shoot, we've wasted all of our time up here in the sky. Let's put a little something. I'll just take a little of that lavender since it's going so nice. And let's go down here. And let's just put some of that nice lavender color down here. About like that. A little more of that lavender color. There. Really just put that right down in here. There we are. So we just go all the way across with it. Shoot, doesn't matter. There. Maybe we'll have a little mountain that lives way back in the distance here. Let's do that. Let me find my knife. Just take that same lavender color, put it out here, I'll put some white with it. Maybe, oh yeah, something about like that. There, I like it. You just sort of adjust the color till it's what you want. Cut off a little roll of paint, and let's have a little mountain. First, maybe we'll do a couple mountains. We'll have one that lives far away. This little mountain, he lives way back here, almost to the edge of nowhere. There, we just drop him on drop him on. Let me grab a 2-inch brush. And I'm going to grab that and firmly pull it. Just pull it. And then just blend the base of it out. So all you see is a nice silhouette sitting there. Because this one's far away. Quiet little mountain. Quiet little dude. He lives way out there. Now, let's take some Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, much more crimson than blue. Put a little black in there. Maybe even a little Van Dyke brown. I like that too. Cut off our little roll of paint. It should live right on the edge of your knife. Then we go up here, and here's a mountain. I don't want it to get too big. I like to paint big mountains, and I sort of have to physically restrain myself sometime. Because I'll just let a mountain get right out of the painting. It just keeps on going. There. I do like to paint mountains, though. But I've got one young feller that outpaints me when it comes to mountains. That's my son, Steve. You might have saw him on some of the other shows. He's just one of the most dynamite mountain painters I've ever seen. There we go. Pull that. And he was out teaching. We didn't get him on this series. Maybe next series I'll get him back in here. We rent Steve out. He travels all over the country and teaches classes to literally hundreds and hundreds of people. So he's tied up right now. There we go. Just blending that out. Tell you what, let's put a little bit of highlight. I'll use a little bit of that bright red, little white. I don't want much highlight, just enough so we see a little sun zinging right across there. Tiny little amount. There it goes. Zoom. There it goes. A little bit more. Zoom right there. And I'm just going to blend it down. By down, I mean just work it in so it's not so distinct. I want it to be very quiet. Don't want much. That's really about all we're going to do. Just enough to give the indication of a little highlight here and there. Maybe there's another little peninsula right there. I don't know, wherever you want it. And then grab it and go down. And that's good enough. Let's see. I don't want much back here, or it'll ruin that illusion of distance. Maybe in our world we have a little, just touch, pull down. Maybe there's just a little footy hill that lives back here, right below that mountain. Somewhere like that. Just pull straight down. Then right below it, same color. Decide where you want reflections to be. Pull them down. Like that. See? And then go gently across. And we have instant reflections. A little white. Put a little bright red in it. Just a little. Just enough to warm it up. And we'll go right up there. And we'll just put in a happy little water line. Lives right along in there. There. See? But that little bit of pink that you put in that just sort of makes it go with the painting and sort of makes it just stand out. I like that. There we go. All right. Shoot, we're coming right along here. Let's have some fun. You know me. I like trees. Let's make a tree. Clean off a spot to work here. Take some black, Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown. Put some crimson in there. All those good, dark, rich colors. Let me clean the old knife off here. Good, dark color. Should look black on the palette. And we'll take a fan brush today. Load it full of color. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Let's go over here. Maybe in our world, there is now. Maybe there's a little tree, happy little tree, and he lives right there. There he comes. This would be very dark, though. With this kind of sky, you'd almost have silhouettes here. Very dark. Very, very dark. And that dark contrast is gorgeous against the sky. There. Maybe? Yeah. Why not? Have another one that lives right there. There he is. Boy, that tree looks a little sickly. We may have to work on him. By sickly, I mean he looked like he had a bad year. Didn't get much water one year or something. Times are rough. There. Shoot, while we have that color there, let's take a little of it and just put down here. I'm going to have some reflections in the water, and you can put them in any old way you want them. Shoot, see there? Just take the brush, pull straight down, go across. Instant reflections. And we just use that brush and go ahead and put in a little bit of land for them to settle. What the heck? There. I want some trees on the other side. You know me. I like a old tree here and there. And maybe in our world there's a couple of trees live right there. Now there's 3. See? Just put in the tops, put in a few little indications. Looks like a whole bunch of trees. Maybe. Choop. Big one. Gotta have one big tree. There. There we go. Big old tree. Big strong tree. He lives right up here. Looks out over this gorgeous, gorgeous scene. Something like that. Maybe back here we can see the indication of a couple more little trees. They're sort of hid behind. And all we're doing right now is just putting on the background color. I'm going to come along with a few highlights and we'll bring all those together. Okay. Let me see here. There's one. Got too many brushes going today. I'm going to take a 2-inch brush because that's what was handy. Maybe there's a bush that lives right there. And a lot of nice bushy areas. Really and truly, you can just put anything in here. I just wanted to show you mainly today how to do a fantastic sky. Very easy, very quick. There. We just fill that up with color. There. All right. I'll take a 1-inch brush. Let's go into, we'll get a little white, a little bit of that same color. There. I'm just looking for a little highlight color, but I want it to be mostly in the lavender hues. There. Oh, that's nice. It's not too bright, but it's just enough to pull it out so it shows a little bit. Maybe that bush lives in the background. That's all we have to do if it does. All right. Let me see. There's one. Looking for a clean brush again. I'm going to take a little sap green, a little yellow ochre. This is cad yellow. Grab the Indian yellow too. Now I want this, get a little black in there too. I want this to be a dark green. Dark green, dark green. I'm going to come right along in here. Dark green though. Don't make a bright shiny thing this dark. And put the indication here and there and there and here. Some little highlights. Same thing over here. Something like that. See there? All right. A little bit of the liquid white. We'll put in a little indication of some water line right underneath there. Something like it. Don't need much. Okay, put a little of that green on a fan brush here. And I'm just going to put the indication here and there. Not much. Not much. A little bit of highlight on some of these trees. Just enough so you know there's a little green. Over here too. There's a little bit. There's a little bit. Just drop it in. There. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. All right, maybe we'll have a little path right there. Just a little path. All right. Take a little bit of that green color. Fill that up. Just to finish up the little painting. Just to give you an idea. As I say, the big thing in this painting is a gorgeous sky. I hope you try it because you'll like it. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to finish this one and call it a day. I've certainly enjoyed our time together. And I hope you try this one. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Well, here we are with the last show of the 26th series. So let's have a lot of fun today. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and today I've painted the entire canvas with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. After the gesso was completely dry, then I've covered it with liquid clear, just a very thin coat of the clear. And on top of that, we've just applied a very, very thin coat, not a whole lot of paint, a very thin coat of midnight black and Prussian blue. The entire canvas is absolutely covered with it. And with that, I'm going to show you how to do a fantastic little painting. Let's just start out today with a small amount of the titanium white on the old 2-inch brush. Do just a very quick, simple little sky up here. I think maybe today, we'll do just a happy little waterfall. I like waterfalls. There we go. So I'm just going back and forth, making sort of little crisscross strokes, but using the brush this way. Something maybe like that. So I say in this one, I want a very simple, quick little sky. Just something to throw in a little background color, and then we can get on to the serious business, because I want to play with a big waterfall. All right. Let's clean our old brush. I just really like to clean the brush, as you know. There. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. Now then, clean, dry brush. All I'm going to do is just blend this. Just blend it. About like that. There, because I'm going to put things way up to the top of this, and I'm not looking for a lot of color. Maybe just a touch more right there. Not looking for a lot of color in this sky. Something like that. And that should be enough for us. Now, way back in the background here, I think we'll have some little trees that live way up on the side of a hill somewhere. So we'll take blue and black and, maybe a little more black than blue, but pretty close to equal proportions. Pretty close. You just sort of decide in your world which way you want it. Now, you'll probably have to put a little white with it if you want to really check the color, because it's impossible to tell if that's toward the blue side or the opposite direction, toward the black side. Now I'm just going to tap down. Maybe in our world, way back here, I'm going to put the least little touch of white on one side of the brush. See? Now, I want to start getting the indication of just little trees that live way back in there. All right. A little bit of white just on one side of the brush. Just on one side. Maybe, I tell you what, these trees maybe just go right on off the canvas. I don't know. Don't know that it really matters. It's up to you. It's completely and totally up to you. Whatever. There we go. But all we're doing here is just tapping downward. It's really all we're doing. Okay. Something like that. These black canvases are so fantastic. I absolutely love them. I could do a whole television series with nothing but black canvases, because they are, I think, my absolute favorite. Color shows up on the black canvas so much better than it does on a white canvas. Tell you what, we'll take our 2-inch brush, and I want to create the illusion of mist here. So I'm just going to begin tapping this. Just tap it. Go into the least little touch of titanium white. Oh, the least little touch. Least little touch. Tiny, tiny bit. And I'm just going to pop in some little indications of some little floaty clouds up here. This is so high up, maybe there's some little clouds in here. Takes very, very little color, though. Very little color. There's something about maybe like that. There we go. Wherever you want them. Now we can take our little blender brush, very soft little blender brush, and I'm just going to soften these little clouds. Just gently, gently soften them. Something like that. There they go. Just let them float around up here underneath these trees. Just have a good time. Now the more you blend these, the more it's going to pick up that blue and black color that's underneath, and the more they'll disappear. So you take them to any degree of brightness that you want, or softness. It's up to you. Now, let's go back to our little brush. There we are. And let's have, yep, how about right here? Let's have a few trees right over on this side. And we'll just let them come right on down. Maybe they just go right on down into here. I don't know. Doesn't much matter. You put them where you want them. There, something like that. All right, maybe right there. This is just some background foliage, just so we have a place for our little river to come from. If we're going to have a little waterfall, we need a water source. In other words, a place for the water to come from. There we go. So we'll just do it like that. If you've never painted on a black canvas, you really ought to try it. You'll be amazed at what you can do. Absolutely amazed. Going back to my 2-inch brush and just soften this. I know that may be difficult to see because it's all black, but believe me, when you do this, it'll work for you. It'll work for you. There we go. Now then, let's start coming forward in our little painting here. I'm just going to continue to use this same old color. We're going to use it continually throughout this painting. Load the fan brush full of paint, a lot of paint. Let's go right up in here. Now maybe, see, I wanted this cloud here because it's a little lighter, and when we come back and we begin putting some little trees in here, there's just enough contrast that they'll show up. Just enough so they'll show up. Maybe in our world there lives a little tree right there. And there's another one. There's another one. You knew. You knew. If you've painted with me before, you know I love to paint trees and bushes and mountains and all these kind of things. There we are. That's really where I'm the happiest, is in a landscape painting. There. All right, maybe. Oh, what the heck. Let's make a forest out here. It's our world. We literally can put anything in it that we want. Anything that we want. Okay. Maybe there's another one over here too then. This painting will give you a lot of practice doing some gorgeous little trees. There we go. We have to start making some decisions here. Have to start deciding if we're going to have a little river in here. We got to start deciding where it comes from. I'm going to take some of that black, blue, little white, something like that. Looking for a bluish gray color. Cut off a little roll of paint. Lives right on the edge of the knife there. And maybe in our world, our river bank is right about here. I don't know. See, it takes almost no paint here. Almost no color. Just to do all these fantastic things. Get a little more paint. There. And all I'm doing is just rubbing with a knife. I'm just literally rubbing color right on there. And here and there I'm going to give it a little upward push. Just so it blends with all that's already on there. I don't even know where that goes. Don't know that I care right now. Now we could take a clean fan brush and just grab a little of that and pop it up. Make it look like, see, looks like little bushy things. Sneaky, huh? There they go. There they go. Just wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. A little bit of that dark color. I want a little dark edge there. I know you can't see that, but it's there, and I know it's there. I need it because I'm going to put some water right along in here. We know it's there. There we go. Something about like that. All right. Now, let's take some white. I want a lighter color. Won't add white. So there's white, blue, and black, but it's much lighter. Once again, cut off that little roll of paint, and we'll go right up in here. Got to make a big decision. Where is our water coming from? There it comes. There it comes. Maybe a little lighter so it shows up better. Yeah, there. There it is. It just meanders down right along through here and comes around. We don't know where it comes from. And maybe it gets out here and, uh-oh. Somebody pulled the cork right out. Somebody pulled it out right there. Right there. There, here we go. It's coming down again. This is almost down, and then it gets over here and shoom. See there? And there's the base of our waterfall right there. We just made a big decision. This is where our waterfall is going to live in this painting. There. And sometimes it's fun just to paint the whole waterfall with a knife. Shoot, maybe we'll just do that. Sometimes that's fun too. Take a little of that white color in here and there. Just sort of highlight it a little bit so it shows up a little better. There. As I've mentioned before in this series, you can do entire paintings using nothing but the knife. This knife, once you make friends with it, it does take a while to make friends with it, just like anything else in life. There. Now, see, we have a little background color. Maybe let's take pure titanium white. I want to get a little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife, just like before. But this is just pure white. And I'm going to come right in here and let it break. Whew. Let that color break. Let it break. See there? Just go over. Don't overdo though. It gets feeling good. And you don't know when to stop. But something about like it's all we're looking for. There. Isn't that a neat way to do a little watery fall? You can do a watery fall just using the old knife. And we can take our 2-inch brush and very gently, real gently, or you could do it with a blender. Just pick it up and sort of blend that together a little bit. See there? Now we have water just spilling right over the edge. And down here at the base of this, certainly with all this much water falling, there'd be all kinds of beautiful misty areas that are just floating around down here. Float right on up. Who knows? All kinds of things. Wherever. There. Go back to our little blender. Because it's so soft, we can just get in here and blend that. Something about like that. Just blend it. Take a little color right on the blender here. Get a little more. There. We can just paint in all kinds of little clouds and little fluffy things that are living in here. Isn't that neat? Something like that, wherever you want them. There we go. Boy, that water is churning and raising the devil down there, isn't it? I love waterfalls. I could paint waterfall after waterfall. I think they're so gorgeous. When I lived in Alaska, I spent a great deal of time just watching waterfalls and photographing them. Oh, they're gorgeous things. Maybe down here at the base on our waterfall, maybe there lives, does now, some great big old stones down here. We'll just use that same color because that's all we have. And maybe there's a little hidden one back here. Just can barely see it. I don't know. Another one over here. Wherever you think they should be. Now then we can take and very gently, just bring some of that misty area right on down in there. Very soft though. And this is where you really need that soft brush. If you're going to pull this misty all over the rocks, you really have to have a very soft brush so it doesn't cut the paint. There, we just let the back of that stone just disappear right into the mist. All right. Make little watery sounds when you're doing this. It helps. I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid clear. Go into the titanium white. The clear is in there only to thin the paint a little bit. And maybe sneaking right out of here comes a little watery fall. It comes down, splashes. The water's beginning just to creep out of the mist here. There it comes. A little more paint. Just let it sneak right out of there. We can take the knife, bunk, put another little stone here and there. Just at least a little touch of highlight on some of these stones. Don't want much, too dark down here. Want to save that beautiful contrast. And then here water comes, maybe it comes right over the top. Little splashes going on. I don't even know where this is going. Doesn't much matter at this point. There we go. All right, we need to close up the waterfall somehow. Need something on the sides, keep it contained so it doesn't just run right out of the painting. Maybe, yep, how about right there? Let's have, maybe there's a nice tree, lives right there. There he is. And there's another one. There we go. A little bit more color on the brush. Hope you can see those. Maybe I'll add at least a little touch of white to it. There they go. Now you can see some of those little shapes. Sometimes it gets so dark here it's hard to see them. Maybe. Yep, there's one. Put a little detail. Some of them I'm just making just little pulley down trees. Some of them I'm putting some detail in. Just up to you. Whatever you think should be there. Whatever you think should be there. There comes one. Boy, this one has quite a view, doesn't it? Just leans right over the old waterfall there. What a view. Gets plenty of moisture in its life. There. Maybe all kinds of little things living right down here. Just wherever you think they should be. Now then, I want to create a little mist down at the base of this. So I'm just take a little of that lighter color, a little titanium white. Tap in some nice soft misty areas. I'll show you why I want that mist down there in just a second. Now then, let's go over here on the other side of the old painting. We need something to contain the other side. Maybe there's a big old stone lives right out here. Comes right down. Just comes right on down, disappears right into that mist. We don't even know where it goes. A little light color. Put it right around there so it has something on top. There we go. I'm going to grab just the least little touch of it and pull it down. Just enough so you can see it a little bit. There we go. Our little blender brush. I want to blend this right together. So you can't tell where the mist stops and the rocks come together. Just blend it all together. Back to our little fan brush. There we go, a little white on it so it shows up against it. There we are. Just a few little things that live right in there. There. Something like that. And maybe up here, let's have, yep, big tree. He lives right here. There. Big old tree. I really hope you can see that. I'll put some highlights on it. We'll put a little green on it. Maybe that'll help. These dark canvases on TV sometimes don't show up as well as some of the other ones. There we go. But they are gorgeous. What's neat about these, if you're doing these in public, show them to people with a light on them and then show them the same painting without the light. It's unbelievable, the difference. Unbelievable. There we go. Put the indication of a few little trunks here and there. Not much. Now then, let's take a little bit of sap green, tiny little bit of yellow. I want this to be very dark. Very, very dark. Very dark. A little color on there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, maybe we can see them. I don't want them to get too bright, though. That bothers me if it gets too bright. Just enough so they'll stand out a little bit. Like so. And as I say, this is the last show in the 26 Joy of Painting series. My gosh, there's almost 340 shows now. We'll put some over here, too. There. Isn't that fantastic, though, that Joy of Painting has produced that many shows? You made an old man's dream come true. You know, somebody asked me the other day, they said, what should I do if I hadn't got a chance to see all the shows? If you hadn't got to see them, well, call your local station. Just let them know. And if you want the show to continue, give them a call. Let them know that you like it. Because they only know if you tell them. There we are. Putting a little green down here too. What the heck? Not much though. I really don't want much of this green in here. Just enough to sort of flavor it. There it is. Maybe. Let's go back to the fan brush. I'm gonna put some things right in here. A few more trees. Need a little lighter color. All we're doing here is just playing with values back and forth. Making it a little lighter, a little darker. Back and forth. Put a little mist down here. Like that. There. Just a little misty area. Something about like that. Soft little area. Okay. Now then. We can go back to our brush that has the black and the blue on it, or blue and black, whichever your favorite is. We can go in here. Now then, we'll put some little trees that live back in here. There they are. There's one. We'll put a little green on him too, just to get him to stand out a little better. But see those little misty areas that you put in? That's the only thing you have to separate. Makes your painting look very, very dark and very deep. Those little misty areas, they separate. They separate. They're your very good friend. Take care of them. There. All right. Our brush that has the green on it, we'll put the indication of a few highlights on some of these trees. Darker, darker, darker down toward the base. There's one. All right. Shoot, I tell you what, I like big trees. Let's make a couple over here in this misty area. In our world, you're going to be one right here. Now once again, see this mist right here? Watch, that's the only thing it separates. But with that in there, you can put a dark tree right up against it, and it separates for you. There. And it makes your painting look so deep, and you've done such a small amount to it. Shoot, sometime maybe you can just take the fan brush and make a little bush lives right here. It's okay. Something like that. There. Now we have the old fan brush that has the titanium white on it. Let's make some big decisions here. We have to sort of decide where there's going to be a river coming off here. We have to decide where it's going to go. Maybe it's going to go right on out. Something like that. Doesn't much matter, wherever you want it. Let's make the water shiny. But to make it shiny, just pull down a little bit with a little touch of the white. And then go across. That easy. Isn't that neat? It's one of the neatest things that happens in this whole technique. There we go. All kinds of little things in there. Something like that. Tell you what, let me take the little filbert brush here, dip it in some paint thinner. Gonna make a thin paint. Got paint thinner I'm going right into, blue and black. Then I'm gonna go over here and pull one side through a light color. So it's lighter on one side, so you get it against there, and dark on the other. And maybe in our world here, maybe there's just gobs of little stones that live right along in here. Like so. Just wherever you want them. All kinds of happy little stones. There. Over here, here's a few more. And some of them are out here in the water. Hope you try this painting. It's one of the neatest little paintings. It is so easy, and it's a lot of fun. And when your friends and neighbors see it, they won't believe you've done it. And that truly is the joy of painting. When your painting can make other people happy, then you truly have experienced the joy that comes with painting. I want to thank you for inviting me back into your home for another series of painting shows. The 27th series is already under production, and I look forward to seeing you very, very soon. Thank you again from all of us here. Happy painting, and God bless, my friend.